Look at the news. Look at the news. What a weekend. And as we start out every show, Big Sills! Hope all had a great weekend. I watched something today that brought me back to why I loved the game of football. I watched a guy talk about how much you had to sacrifice in life to get to the point where he was and is in his life and career. And the journey is so amazing to listen to. So many people have never in a million years walked the path that Jason Kelce walked to get to the point where he is right now. I tuned it on and I immediately fell in love with Jason Kelce's retirement speech because it was more about thankfulness, gratefulness, greatness, God, parents, dedication, desire, never quitting. That was about the biggest American speech I've heard by an American in the last 10 years. Opportunity, walked on. Get this. So Jason Kelce walked on at Cincinnati and is going to walk into Canton. He was so emotional. I got emotional a little because when you leave that game and at the level he played has to hurt something so severe. When you leave football and you've played into your 30s and you leave pieces of your body all over the field and all over the country, a tough guy like that, the game broke him down. It was a privilege to watch that speech. Everything you saw that made that man was on display with that man. His commitment to family, team. You can't get any better than that. You just can't. That was such a from the heart speech. It's the best I've seen in a long time. Let's go back and listen to Michael Irvin when he went into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It was more about his family, opportunity. He talked about his time playing for you guys in Philly. What an honor he gave you guys. What an honor. The things he said about Eagle fans. Whew. You guys are awesome. That was quite a statement made about you fans. Fantastic. I mean, do you think he was talking about Slay when he said some people can't take the booze? He will be missed. And by the way, guys, don't feel sorry for him. Those weren't tears of sadness. Those were tears of accomplishment. There's a difference. He's finally ran through the tape. When you're a man like that, you have no finish line. Brady struggled like that. Do you see? Your true love is the game. Your true love is the game. I wrote down some of the greatest centers in the history of the National Football League. Is he the greatest Eagle center? I don't look at Bednarik as your greatest center. I look at him as your greatest player. I would look at Bednarik as that. I know he played linebacker and center, but Kelce's your greatest center. Kelce will go down as one of the greatest Eagles. We'll have Merl Reese with us later at 5:30 also. Carton is going to come on, obviously. He missed us on Friday. He'll come on. He talks sports in Philadelphia as well, get his take. And also Farzetta will join us. And a cast of others as we talk about Jason Kelce and his retirement. I wrote down these 5 guys and I said, does Kelce belong in the conversation with 5 of the greatest centers in the history of the sport? Mike Webster, Steelers, 74-90. Jim Otto, 60-74. Dwight Stevenson, short career, got hurt, 80-87. Dermontti Dawson, 88-2000. And Jim Langer from the Dolphins, back in those Dolphin teams that won 3 AFC titles and 2 Super Bowls, and one of those teams was undefeated. You could also put Jim Ringo into that conversation. Thought it was great. He threw a lot of roses and a lot of love for Jeff Stoutland, which is correct. Where does Kelce fit in that? Does he fit in that? Is he as good as Langer? There is no question Kelce's a top 10 center in history. I don't have a problem saying that. I think he's better than Mawai. He's better than Saturday. He's better than Cross. There's not a lot. Is he a top 5? That's where I'm going here. Is he better than Otto? Otto's a 12-time Pro Bowler. Hard to. Otto and Webster, impossible. 4 Super Bowls, 6 years. Hall of Famer on that offensive line with the Steelers. Is he better than Stevenson? Probably because he played longer. So you could probably put Jason Kelce in the top 5 of the NFL's greatest centers of all time. He is the greatest Eagle center. Probably goes him, Ringo, and then Concrete. But he is easily in that conversation. Easily in that conversation. I'm young, but to me, he would be the greatest Eagle of all time, considering all factors. Super Bowl talent, fans, he gets it. Jason Kelce. Is he the most respected Eagle of all time? Or how about this? In your lifetime, has there ever been another Eagle that has been respected by the city, the organization, players around the league, and Philadelphia, more so than Kelce? Has there? Has anyone been more respected than Jason Kelce? Nick Foles for what? 1 year? 1 game? This is a 13-year career. This is 13 years of Hall of Fame football. Dawkins? Man, the amount of passion he showed today was overwhelming him. And when you see something like that, guys like that don't get overwhelmed by the moment. He was overwhelmed. It all came crashing down on him. I thought it was inspiring. And I'm with Jason. It was an honor to watch. It was an honor to watch greatness. Have to admit, he has to go. Fuck. I'm all pro, not Pro Bowl. I'm all pro. And I have to go. That must hurt like no pain. Because, hey, most of us, right, LJ? Most of us are told when to go. Very few of us are given the ability to do this. I have to go. I have to leave. I can't stay anymore. I'm this close to not having good health. I have to go. There's a handful of these men that can just do this. I'm out. Look, I'm not trying to get sentimental with you here. All I'm trying to get is, dude, when you walk away from that thing, football, that's something that's been a part of your life forever. And when you're him, I know how I felt when you leave football. Him, having accomplished all the things he's accomplished, and still all pro, man. I hope he finds something in his post-football that keeps him focused on the game and keeps him involved in the game. Because you never want to get too far away from the game. It's funny, I tell people go, Sills, put up with a lot of shit. You could do pretty much anything you wanted to do. Why do this? Because it keeps me kind of close to the game. Hey, I love broadcasting and I love doing this, but I like to stay around the game. I like to be involved in the game. You can't let go of the game. You just can't. I played football from the time I was 9 years old until the time I was 33. You just can't walk away from that thing. Kelce's 37 and had played NFL football. Shit, I had to carry my ass around the world. This guy played NFL football for 13 legendary years. Hard to just walk away from that. Think the Eagles should retire that number right away? You think they should just call that number right now? 62 is retired. Well, 62 is never going to be handed out again anyway. Hey, man, I'll tell you what a privilege for you guys to have somebody like that on your football team. A privilege like that for you to have a player and a man like that represent your city. Isn't it crazy? Your greatest offensive players in your entire franchise's history, they don't represent Philadelphia. You know who does? Chuck Bednarik, Brian Dawkins, Reggie White, Jerome Brown, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, and now Jason Kelce. All blue-collar positions. No quarterbacks represent Philly. Jason Kelce represents Philly. Hurts represents the Eagles. But Kelce represents Philly. Hard work. Had to walk on. Do you know what? Do you know? Let me put it to you this way. This guy was a walk-on at Cincinnati. Cincinnati back then was an okay program. So he walked on as an okay player out of high school. Wasn't like eyeballs were on him. He was probably the fourth depth team center or linebacker. I think he said he started as linebacker at Cincinnati. For today to end the way it did, where he's going to be going to Canton from a fourth team center at Cincinnati to now, well, Kelce puts on the Hummer's costume. Hey, how about when he was talking about that Super Bowl moment? I'm telling you, it's the greatest Super Bowl moment in NFL history. When Foles walks over to the sideline, he goes the cockiest guy on the team and the guy with the biggest set of balls in the stadium. And the guy says, let's run the Philly special. Philly, Philly. Okay, let's do it. Represent that moment is a time capsule for Philly, for Kelce, for the team, for Philly, forever. Let's do it. Let's do it. You want Philly, Philly? Let's do it. Greatest moment in Philadelphia sports history. Has to be. Let's do it. You'll never forget that. Man, would I love to have been in that huddle for that. I wonder what he said when he went back in the huddle and they looked at the men in the face and said, we're running the Philly special. Because he walked over to the sidelines and it came to him then. And then he had to walk back and tell them, we're running the Philly special. Everyone in that huddle must have went, fuck, let's do this. Dude, that's how you win ball. Hey, there ain't no analytics, Julian, there. There ain't no analytics in that call. There's no Poindexter in an ear going, hey, what do you think the percentages are on that play? Hey, that was run by guts and balls. Really a great moment. Really a great moment. Should be proud. You should be proud. That'll be a press conference I don't forget. You know, I love Jordan's Hall of Fame induction speech. I loved Michael Irvin's. But I love this one probably as good as anything. I you know what? I can't wait for his Hall of Fame speech when he's in Canton. Is he a first ballot? Yes, sir. Jason Kelce's a first ballot Hall of Famer. My question is, you think it's Travis that introduces him to Canton? Or do you think it'll be Stoutland or his dad or his mom? Who do you think will be the guy that will introduce him to the Hall of Fame? Stoutland? Andy Reid? Jeffrey Lurie? Pops? I think it's got to be Travis. I'll tell you what, man, those two guys and those two boys, they got a great love relationship with each other. It's competitive. They push one another, pull for one another, are competitive against each other. I think it's one of the healthiest brother relationships I've ever seen in NFL history. I think it's great. Really is and again, and get this, in a city, you know what I first thought too? When I saw Jason Kelce crying there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, my first fear was how it was going to be received in a city where no crying is allowed, especially for guys like that you've seen play with so much toughness, how that would be received. And as I was reading some of the comments on Facebook and watching the press conference, I saw a lot of people who are really hardcore Eagle fans going, it's the only time that this stuff is accepted is right here. Well done, guy. Philly loves you. Comments like that. Hey, man, we don't tolerate this, but for this is an exception because he was exceptional. That's why you accept it. You accept things that the exceptional do. It was exceptional for the exception. He's just exceptional in all of his abilities. How do you feel about it now as an Eagle fan? Shocking? Did you know it was coming? Did you feel it? We'll talk about his impact on leaving the team. Why'd you feel sad? I think, listen, I wasn't sad for him. I wasn't sad for him because when you get to call your putt and you get to call your shot, it's a reward. That was a reward. It's the greatest honor the Eagles could have ever given him on that day. They gave him a press conference to tell the Eagles he wasn't coming back. Players don't get that. Like when you get fired, you don't get a ceremonial show the next day to say goodbye to people and programming. Right, Xander? That's across the board in the entire industry. When someone blows you out, you don't get a victory show the next day to thank everybody for all the things you did. You're done. They gave him a moment. He'll be back as O-line coach. I think that's what he'll debate with. I do. Okay. Look at all these non-Eagle fans in the twist, the most idiotic bandwagon, whatever that means. Kelce's retired means the Eagles will draft O-line in the first round. It's one of the deepest drafts. By the way, I've got my top 5 players at every position coming out of the weekend combines. And one thing I'll tell you, it's one of the deepest drafts I've seen for potential offensive line prospects in quite some time. Like there's 7 legitimate offensive linemen you could draft in the first round. There's like 7 guys you can take. Don't be sad. I'm glad we had him on our team. Right, Khalid? One of the greatest players in the history of the sport. Roland, I'll do a mock draft probably Tuesday. Okay? I do 3. Okay? I do 3 of them. So I'll probably do one on Tuesday. All right. I do have a question now that Kelce's gone. And it looks like Brandon Graham. Or maybe not Brandon Graham. Fletcher Cox. Probably Brandon Graham would like to come back. But you're looking at 3 of the biggest leaders on your football team. Who is now the official leader of the Fighting Philadelphia Siriannis? Kelce and most likely Fletcher. Who is now going to be the leader of the Philadelphia Fighting Siriannis, known as your Eagles? Hurts? No way. Jalen Hurts, no leader. Fletcher Cox said so. Who's going to be your leader? Mr. Bipolar, A.J. Owens. A.J. Owens is the now leader of the Philadelphia Fighting Siriannis. Really? A.J. Owens, the Fighting Philadelphia Siriannis. That's what we got going on now. Mr. Bipolar. This guy sing me a tune on a Tuesday and sing me a different one on a Thursday. Holy cow. Tell me, man, what's up? Who do you love? Who do you not love? A.J. Owens, Mr. Bipolar, is now the leader of the Fighting Siriannis. Oh, come on now, man. That can't be. Fighting Siriannis. Here's the point. Is there a leader on your team now? You think it's Hurts. You think it's Hurts and the bipolar AJ. Okay. Boy, that sounds like a little bit of a cliff dive from Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelce, doesn't it? You don't think that's a little bit of a drop-off between those two guys? And then you got the guy, Mr. Exclusive, King Hurts. Cam Jurgens sucks. I wouldn't want to be that guy. I sure hope he knows how to tush push, because if he don't, that place is in the NFL Films Archive now. Yes, sir, baby. Yeah, Mr. Bipolar is now the leader. Come on, man. Do you have a leader on your football team? Lane Johnson is a leader? I never really looked at him as a leader. I looked at him as a great player. Leadership was questioned this year, Jalen Hurts. Okay, so questionable leadership at the quarterback. And your bipolar receiver is what you want. So you got Hurts and A.J. Brown. Those are your leaders. Lane's a leader? Hey, is Lane vocal? That's right, senor. Between Nick Sirianni and no leadership, you better have Big Dom part of the coaching staff, not just part of the security staff. He's got to be, dude, you're going into your camps and into free agency leaderless. Someone's going to have to take the reins. I can't wait to see who it is. I pray to God it's not A.J. Brown, because that's the worst type of leader. Guy opens his mouth, says nothing, makes it about him. And Slay's not your leader. Hey, I played good. You got some real big winners on this thing here. Who develops into the guy who's going to be the guy they go to? The Fighting Philadelphia Siriannis. And then you're going to turn to Mr. Bipolar. Yeah, I hate the media. You call up a radio show and you do a sit down and you have a fireside chat with the afternoon host of WIP. Okay. Seriously, man. I thought you were going to break breadsticks out. Little wine. Little caviar. What you saw today with Kelce embodied leadership. It did. It embodied it. Congratulations on a great career. Now the question is the collateral damage of his retirement. So Cam Jurgens goes over to center. How many people believe that that's going to be a seamless transition? How many people will think that that's a seamless transition from Jason Kelce to Cam Jurgens? And guys like Bill think this is the best move because it's cheaper. So now you have Cam Jurgens and Tyler Steen as your center and right guard on an offense that struggled in blitzing, pass protection, and running the ball late in the game and late in the season. So now you've taken two dudes out of the five and the best player out of center because you wanted to get cheaper to some. So you're cheaper at center, which also means you're less talented. That's not Sayamalo and Kelce. It's Tyler Steen and Cam Jurgens at center and guard. Ernest goes, Dickerson can play center. Why in the world would Landon Dickerson move from left guard to center when he's right now getting ready to cash in a payday of $20 million as a left guard? Why would he do that? And why would his agent do that? And why would he go to a center position that pays less money than left guard? So you want me to leave a position that pays more than the center position in general? Why? Because you want me to? I'm not doing it. Not doing it. That's a $10 million pay cut. Go from a 6-time first-team All-Pro to a third-year starter. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be smooth. Okay? Yeah, center positions don't pay a lot of money. Kelce's the highest paid center in the league at 10. Guards get paid $21 million. Why would Landon Dickerson go, hey, I'll do it for $10 million less when he's one of the top 5 guards in the game? And when Zach Martin retires, he'll be one of the top 3 left guards in the game. Why would he do it? What, because he, what, doesn't want to make money? I don't believe that transition will be seamless. It'll be bumpy. You don't have the tush push anymore. That's out. Until further notice, and we see it, it's out because Kelce's hit. It ain't Hurts. It's him. We'll see how that works. And by the way, I'll make a prediction. It won't work. It's over. And if it does work, what I'll do here, I'll go like this. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Why do centers make less than guards? That I do not know because I think center position is more valuable than guard and guard position. Okay? I think Cam's okay. He ain't Jason Kelce, and he's not the athlete Jason Kelce is. Didn't we draft Cam to take over for center? Hey, Joseph. Yeah, and? That doesn't mean because you draft a safety, you're going to have somebody take over for Brian Dawkins. Hey, we drafted a safety to take over for Dawkins. How's that worked out? We are fine with Cam at center. Less experience, of course, but fine. Give the kid a chance. He was pretty good in college. He is pretty good in college. Okay. Well, right there in a nutshell, you're talking potential. Once again, you're saying he's got great potential, which means he hasn't done it. Okay. That's what that means, Marshall. You're right. To expect him to be Jason Kelce, though, is a joke. Next man up doesn't work that way. Next man up. Well, you mean like your safeties on your team, your linebackers that you couldn't replace from a year ago? Next guy up. What happened there? Next guy up. That's college, where you have 5 deep, 5-star players. You don't have that in the NFL. You don't have that. Hey, Jeff Stoutland, it's a good point, A-Track. It's a good point because this is where Jeff Stoutland earns his money here. If Jeff Stoutland doesn't have a massive drop-off at the center position, and they do a good job in blitz pickup and all this other stuff, and it's not that horrible of a drop-off, that's when you give that guy a raise and a lifetime contract. And you go, you ain't going anywhere. Dude, you can have like a Supreme Court contract where you die in office because I don't want you going anywhere. Remember what Jimmy Johnson said on this program? The most valued coaches as an assistant coach anywhere is your O-line coach. So who do you think there's some good name? We'll look at that as a matter of fact, I've got some interior linemen. I don't believe they would draft a center in the first round. Okay? Hopefully Philly is good with centers like that. Green Bay is with quarterbacks. You had Remington. You've had Kelce for a long time. You've had some pretty good Jim Ringo, Bednarik. Of course, going both ways. So you've had a history of having really good players at that position, yeah, in your franchise over the decades. Haley, all them guys, all good ball players, exceptional ball players. Kelce suggested Cam. He did. I liked Linderbaum more, but not by a lot. Linderbaum was at, I believe, Iowa. And Cam was at Nebraska. I believe that. If you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Linderbaum was an Iowa guy, but had a couple more knee injuries at Iowa. And I didn't think it was that big a difference. And now he has experience in the league playing next to a Hall of Fame center. Give him a chance. Marshall. I think this goes back to what Xander says when it's the way I talk. Give him a chance. He's got the chance. But in that league, no one gives you the benefit of the doubt. You're giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not. This is not a league of giving anything the benefit of the doubt. You go in, you play, and if you succeed, you stay. If you don't, you're out. Nobody gets the benefit of the doubt in the NFL. The benefit of the doubt is getting the chance. That's it. That's it. Like, the problem what the Eagles had with Nakobe Dean was they gave Nakobe Dean the benefit of the doubt. And it failed because they went that route. Did they not give Nakobe Dean the benefit of the doubt? And again, they gave him the benefit of the doubt, and he sucks. You can't give anybody the benefit. You got to prove it. Okay? Got to prove it. Howie used benefit of the doubt with Nakobe. You can't do that with players. Shows you who has the power in the building when it comes to the personnel decisions. LJ's right. That's not benefit of the doubt. I drafted you. I'm playing you. That's the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely. What are you talking about? Go play. I drafted you. I'm not going to go like I did with Nakobe Dean. Oh, this guy will be okay. He'll take the shoes of Jason Kelce. Who talks like that when you haven't seen him play yet? Go play, kid. You're asking for a prediction. You're asking for predictions. I'm not having a prediction on Cam Jurgens replacing Jason Kelce. That's a lot. That's a lot to ask for. Okay? Predictions? Let's see what we got here. Okay, it's all good. No benefit of the doubt. Dean will have every opportunity to earn a spot in training camp. It's on him. Yes. Dean was in a different situation, proven to be a failure. Then why'd you start him and give him the green dot? That's benefit of the doubt. That's responsibilities he wasn't able to handle yet. Let's see if he can stay healthy. They put all those things on him with the benefit of the doubt that he was going to take the seamless transition from TJ, and it failed. You better not do that at center. You better not do that like you did at center. Okay? Cody says, my bigger concern I have, Seals, is our offensive play calling that can help the line. Hey, by the way, that's now on Jalen setting the line protection. So Cam Jurgens is going to set the line protection now. So now you're asking Cam Jurgens to take over all the responsibilities that Jason Kelce has. I want to see that. Dean was thrown in without leadership of a pro to guide him. That's the difference. The linebacker core was Barrett failed. Okay, how about this then, Big? So Howie Roseman put Nakobe Dean in a situation where he was not set up for success because he gave him the benefit of the doubt and not having professionals around him. He threw him in the fire anyway. What kind of reasoning is that then to trust a guy like that in an NFL draft when you don't know how to prepare your young, talented defensive players? Failure. Howie. What do you think about the center from Oregon? That Johnson kid? Khalid, you're talking about the Johnson kid? Jackson Powers Johnson, is that who you're talking about? Is that the kid you're talking? Him? Okay. We're going to get into that here in a second now. We're going to talk a little bit about the combines. And I wrote down my top 5 Big Sills prospects that, for me, I thought did a great job at the combines. And I love watching the combines. My wife and I watched them, believe it or not. And we sat there and watched 5 of the best prospects at every position. And I wrote them down here. And these were the guys that I came away with. By the way, you know that kid that ran that 4.22, that wide receiver from Texas? He's Quasi Watkins with Quasi Watkins' metrics. He doesn't have great hands. He doesn't run great routes. And he's 167. He's a shrimp. He's 167 pounds. And he ran a 4.22. Well, shit, dude. You better run a 4.22. Nobody in the NFL is 100. Kickers aren't 166. I mean, he's a small guy. 166-pound wide receiver in today's NFL. I get he's a 4.22 guy. Come on, man. 160 pounds? Xander's got him by 20. Hey, Sills, do you think that the soft training camp that the Eagles run makes it harder to properly evaluate? It's a great take. Relative. It's an absolutely spectacular take. Absolutely true. And I would say this too, relative. The fact that they don't utilize the exhibition games also probably hurts them. Okay? Probably too. Devontae Smith, what? He's not even your number one wideout. It's your bipolar wide receiver that's your captain now. Captain Bipolar. I like the McConkey kid. I like him. Christian McCaffrey's brother. Okay, let me get to some of the players and how I rank them. And we believe it or not, my wife and I love watching it. I know. We should get more things to do. Sills, the problem also was who's the future leaders on defense? Well, you don't have any. You can't have a guy that sits in the line all day long being a leader. And when he sits in the line at White Castle all day and you don't know where to find him, he's sitting 4 cars deep at White Castle. And that's your leader on defense? I don't think so. Jalen Carter will find out. Maybe he evolves into that. You have nobody else because everybody's a rent-a-guy. They're a mercenary. And like I said, once you get Jordan Davis, 5th car out of the drive-up line at White Castle, maybe he develops into a leader. I don't know. Okay? Maybe Josh Sweat. I guess. I don't know. Sales Baldy from the NFL Network thinks Khalid Williams is the best prospect since Burrow. I'm not buying it. Kid from Texas reminds me of John Ross, massive bust. Let me take a look at some of these players now that we saw in the draft that the Eagles can take a look at here. We'll talk more about Kelce. By the way, Mark Farsetto's going to join us. That'll be at 3:30. We're going to have Craig Carton at 4:30, and we're going to have Merl Reese at 5:30 today. And you guys now, obviously, talking a lot of Kelce today as he announces his retirement after a brilliant career with the Philadelphia Eagles. So I wrote these guys down, and I had a chance. I saw Alonzo Highsmith there. I talked to him, to Alfredo. I talked to Carl Dunbar, who was running the defensive line drills. I talked to a bunch of guys who saw a lot of really good, talented people. There were a lot of good-looking, talented guys that were at this draft. And as I said, you're going to get a good wide receiver, maybe in the 2nd or 3rd round, and you're going to get a hell of an offensive lineman in the first 2 rounds. I think the Eagles are going to draft an offensive lineman in the 1st round, and I would be shocked if it's something else. I would be shocked. I think they're going to try to get an athlete, somebody, offensive guard, tackle, somebody that could be a swing player that they can make a transition. And now that Kelce's retired, there's no question I think that position goes. And you know what? It's what they do great. So I think it's the smartest thing they could possibly do is draft an O-lineman at 22. And if it's not an O-lineman at 22, maybe move out of it because this draft is deep. And the problem that you have is the quarterbacks are going to drive these O-linemen down. And you may be able to get a really good one in the 2nd round. I mean, a guy who could play for you for a long time. Let's start with the offense. I didn't go 5 deep on all of them because I don't think there's 5 guys. I don't like Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy. I don't, and I really don't like Michael Penix. I really don't like those 3 quarterbacks in the draft. Will they go in the 1st round? Probably. But I'm not very high on them. I watched them work out. Why would I draft a guy that Michigan ran the ball over 500 times last year? Do I really think that that guy is a pro-style quarterback just because Jim Harbaugh tells you? Jim Harbaugh has never developed a quarterback at Michigan in his entire time there in Ann Arbor. Not one guy who was worth a shit in the NFL, nor did he recruit anybody that was worth a shit. His greatest guy that he had was Andrew Luck at Stanford. He had nobody at Michigan. And I'm to believe J.J. McCarthy's the guy? Come on, man. I don't see it. I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in this draft. Played against the toughest opponents, the best talent, the best teams, had some of the best wide receivers in the NFL on his team, respectively. I think this guy throws the ball. And if I'm not mistaken, hook me up and help me, am I right? He's an Arizona State transfer. He played for Herm Edwards. So an NFL coach did recruit him, right? I believe that he was Arizona State Wildcat. I think this kid here, in my opinion, is more capable and bigger and better. He's a bigger kid. Caleb Williams is small. Okay? He's small. So I got Caleb Williams too. Reluctantly, I would never draft him. And I got Drake May. I think those are the three guys. And quite frankly, 2 and 3, I'm not high on. The best player at the quarterback position, in my opinion, that I saw at the combines, and then with his tape and his game and who he plays against, where he plays, is Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels actually elevated his game from the Pac-12 to the SEC. I thought he was better in the SEC, which is incredible. I got him. The running back position, I think you're going to get a guy here if you guys want to draft a guy in rounds 4 or 5. And some of these guys that came out of this draft that you might be able to get, and I put a number by him, like the best back in the draft is ranked 70th, and he's from Oregon, that Bucky Irving kid. 70 is, you're talking about third round. So could you get a guy in the third round that could come in and play and be a factor and help your football team? Sure. I think the kid Benson from Florida State is the best running back in the collection of guys that were at the combines. I thought Jalen Wright from Tennessee showed some really good speed, great hands. His tape is great too. Played a really good brand of football at Tennessee. I didn't really think Jonathan Brooks played that well in the Senior Bowl. I thought he was really good during the regular season. I didn't think he had a great combine. That's not a death knell, but I thought he would give me a little more, and I was looking forward to watching him. He didn't overwhelm me. That Marshall Lloyd surprised me from USC. He surprised me. I would take him in the 5th round. Like, I would throw something at him around the 5th round. He's around the 150th or 60th ranked player. I'd put a 5th rounder, 4th rounder. He's a good looking player. The wide receiver position's insane. I got Marvin Harrison Jr. number 1. I got Malik Neighbors from LSU 2. I got Brian Thomas from LSU 3. 2 LSU receivers in the top 3. Tells you all you need to know. And here, this comes down to this. Was it Joe Burrow? Was it Jamar Chase? Or was it Justin Jefferson for Joe Burrow? You kind of got that same dynamic here. Jalen Daniels, Malik Neighbors, and Brian Thomas Jr. You got those 3 guys. Did they benefit from one another, having played together and all this and that? I kind of like this. The Odunze kid from Washington, great looking hands, great tape. I thought he had a great semifinal game too. I didn't think he was all that bad in the national championship game for about 3 quarters. There's a kid at UCF that's a pretty good looking player too. Javon Baker. You got to watch some tape on him, and then you watch some of his game tape. He's pretty good. Again, you could suspect who he played against. But coming out of the combines, I thought he was a really impressive guy, and I thought he raised his stock a lot. So his name was Javon Baker. That was who I thought was the 5th best wide receiver when he was there at UCF. I think the best player in the draft is Brock Bowers, the kid from Georgia. I think he's the best player in the draft. Um, dude, when you watch him run, he is great. And in today's NFL, I mean, the way he gets off the ball, the way he makes his lateral step, avoiding the ends. How many times I watched those guys not make the proper steps? Everyone was watching it too when the tight ends were doing it, and you kind of saw it away. Something, you have to make a lateral step and then up. And you have to have acceleration to do that. A lot of the guys were taking half steps going up. You're never going to get around an NFL defensive end with that shitty step and lazy step. At least 90% of them. This kid Bowers, lateral step, up, acceleration, and gone. Great hands, turned. The kid has it all, man. I thought the kid Bell from FSU did the same thing. I like guys with technique because you see, you're going to need technique in the NFL. Jason Kelce said it today. Hey, man, in college, you're the biggest, you're the strongest, you're the baddest. You get to the NFL, dude, you're just a guy because everybody's strong as hell, fast as hell. That's why they're in the NFL. I have never been involved in a sport where when every room I walked into, I was the strongest guy in the building, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter how strong you were. Technique beats strength. All the time in that league. Always, hey, if you got great technique, I played against this guy named Don Mosbar, who's like 6'6". And Don was a strong guy, but I was a 600-pound bencher. And I'm like, I'm going to pick this guy up. And Don Mosbar got into me, turned me, got up on the next level, slipped and scooped, and he's 6'6". And I'm going to myself, how in the hell is this guy? Because he had great technique, phenomenal lateral step, knew how to head fake, knew how to slip, knew how to scheme, and he knew how to zone block. When you get to the league, and if you don't know these techniques, it is a long day for you. It's a long day. That kid Sano from K-State's not a bad-looking tight end. Eagles need to do some work here at this tight end position. I didn't put a 5 because I didn't think there was a 5 guy. Maybe the kid from Illinois, but I got the kid Sanders of Texas. At 4, I thought the tight end position, there's a lot of big-bodied guys. I think that position's pretty deep, too, for the draft. Don Mosbar was a great center, part of the great USC linemen that they had at the place. Just phenomenal. Here's your O-lineman. Best O-lineman in the combines this year is the kid from Penn State, Fashamu. He's the best offensive lineman. Exceptional. Hands. He's got long as shit arms. I don't believe he'll be at 22. He's probably going to be around 12, somewhere in there. Could he be a top 10? Depend on need. He could go anywhere from 10 to 20. He's in that range. From 10 to 20. Somewhere in there. I got J.C. Latham, Bama. I got him second. I got Amarius Mims from Georgia, third. I got Jordan Morgan from Arizona, fourth. And I got Fuaga from Oregon State, fifth. And I got Alt, sixth. I didn't think he really – I didn't even see him, Alt. I didn't see Alt. I didn't see him. Interior line, here's what you're talking about. Would the Eagles draft this guy? Jackson Powers Johnson, Oregon. Would they take him at 22? Chris, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Number 2, Zach Frazier, West Virginia. Christian Himes, UConn, who I think is the best interior O-lineman in the draft. Don't be shocked if you see that guy becoming. Hey, I'm telling you, Xander, remember what I told you about McCullough 2 years ago? And remember, guys, what I told you about Devin Witherspoon, that he was my favorite player in the draft. On March 4th, I'm telling you, Eagle fans, keep an eye on Christian Himes from UConn. He's a 6'2" kid, okay? He's a little undersized, but he was the best offensive lineman at the Senior Bowl. And he was road grading every defensive lineman that was anything that we'll talk about in the next hour that they had there. Jim Nagy, the executive director of the Senior Bowl, said, this guy's a road grader. Nobody could get around him. He's a powerful 500-pound bench guy. He reminds me of Jason Kelce. He was the best offensive lineman at the Senior Bowl. I think Himes 3:02 Philadelphia time. Big Sills makes a prediction. Probably wrong. Himes is going to be an Eagle. It's a Jeff Stoutland guy. UConn, Cincinnati. Shit like that. Watch a Flexin. Watch his tape and go like that. A Flexin. Google this. Senior Bowl. Himes. Watch what he does and how many people he puts on the back of their neck. I mean, putting people from Georgia, Alabama, okay? He puts them on the back of their neck. I've been watching him. And I talked to Baldinger. Baldy goes like this. You should see his feet, too. I mean, his punch is insane. He's just 6'2". You know, see, like Mudd, Kelce's original coach, would love him. But today's offensive line coach, they love these. They love these Sequoia-looking dudes. Okay? No, Mike, I'm not taking a center at 22 either. Okay? All you guys got to do, and like A-Track says, don't believe Sills? Well, go do it yourself. And then come back and tell me what you think of Christian Himes. And if you think that guy wasn't the best offensive lineman, not for me. Jim Nagy said it. And other scouts were saying he was the best lineman at that Senior Bowl. And the Senior Bowl in Mobile is where all the top talented kids go. At the end of the day, don't believe me. Go believe your own eyes. Okay? A shooter goes, Alt is the best. Why? Because he went to Notre Dame? Outside of Zach Martin, how many Notre Dame linemen do you remember? How many? We're going to talk to Farzi. That'll be at 3:30 Eastern and get his perspective on Jason Kelce and his time in Philadelphia as an Eagle. Craig Carton's going to join us at 4:30. We will talk, and again, leadership issues going into 24 for the Eagles. Will there be? Okay, will there be? And Merl Reese will join us at 5:30 Eastern time. Okay? Sills, I've looked at the mock drafts. Himes won't get drafted till end of the second round. Perfect. You got 2 2s. Okay? You got 2 2s. I'm good with that. We're going to do the defense next. Oh, by the way, yeah, and Cedric Van Pan, the kid from Georgia, is probably my 5th best interior O lineman. Okay, so we'll do the defense next. Mark Farzetta is going to join us. More on Jason Kelce's retirement today. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Go for the pulls and the pools. Go for the oohs and the ahs. Go for the bubbles and the bubbly. Go for the story and the stories. Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
Philadelphia fans, we're cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
EAGLES, Eagles.
But Chip Kelly getting some love from Jason Kelce today. A lot of flowers for Chip. You do that, though, when you're a player. Coaches, teachers, guidance counselors, priests. You remember all the people that helped you along the way. It's not a lonely journey, to say the least, to get to the professional ranks. And then to get to that level, it's even more. Everybody's there to help you. There's always a step. And someone's there to help you with a hand. You can't do this shit yourself. You just can't. You can't build anything, a legacy, a company, anything by yourself. It's impossible. And those that think that never get to where they want to go. You have to have people around you that believe in you, are genuine with you, honest with you, and somewhat respect you. Dude, I'd rather have Xander respect me than like me. Because there's going to be days when he doesn't. But the one thing that can't ever leave is the respect for one another. You see, liking and loving is fleeting. Respect is genuine and forever. You either respect the guy or you don't. Okay? Dude, you could be pissed off at someone, not like them, but you can respect him still. Respect can never leave the relationship, because once it does, it is no relation. You can't build a relationship on love. You can only build a relationship on respect. That's it. Anybody who thinks you build relationships on love, those are people that aren't really plugged into how you get to where you want to go. Fletcher Cox is probably next. He'll get a day. When Fletcher Cox retires, is he ever going to get the same kind of day that Jason got? Let me say something to you. Was Fletcher a better player than Jason Kelce? I think Fletcher was so good. Man, you guys are really lucky. You got two players bowing out that are spectacular and were phenomenal Hall of Fame Eagle players. One's a Hall of Fame football player, Fletcher Cox, Bryant Young, kind of that. Fletcher wasn't solid, dude. Fletcher was a great football player. Fletcher Cox was a great football player. Not solid. Okay? That's not the word solid. LJ goes, Kelce is a top 5 guy. Fletch is a machine. And you know what, LJ? There's just not that many great centers in NFL history. So maybe the position tells you itself, because there's not very many Hall of Fame centers in Canton anyway. I mean, again, you put Bednarik is a center. I get it, but not really. He's a Hall of Fame linebacker. He's your greatest player. I do. I am a huge Fletcher Cox fan. Isaiah, I don't believe Fletcher Cox is a Pro Football Hall of Famer. I don't think he has enough sacks. Michael just went in. He has like 98 as a defensive lineman. Fletcher Cox. Listen, and I'm going to tell you, I think a lot of Fletcher Cox. You're going to miss him because he was your best, in my opinion. He was your most complete defensive lineman. I have nothing but great respect for him. I don't remember how many sacks. Here we go. I just don't think it's enough. I just don't think he has enough sacks. Webster and Otto are probably your greatest centers. Fletcher has like 70 career sacks. For an interior D tackle, I think Sapp has 96. I think Randall's over 100. I don't think Brian. Here we go. He's a 3-time All-Pro, 6-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion, first team All-Rookie on the All-Decade team, 70 sacks. He's got all the. Hey, I'll tell you one thing Fletcher Cox does have. I'll tell you one thing he does have. He's got all the measurables. They'd like you to be on the All-Decade team. He is. They would like for you to have over 5 Pro Bowls. He has 6. He's a 3-time All-Pro first team, or 3-time All-Pro first team once, and he's a Super Bowl champion. And he's got 70 sacks, 519 tackles. He's close. He'll be debated. Sapp led a culture change in Tampa. Yes. Derek Brooks and Sapp were drafted the same year, which is insane. I don't know, man. Hey, let me see Bryant Young. Bryant Young, 49ers. Bryant Young just went into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And this is what he has. Super Bowl champion, 4 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros. He's on the All-Decade team, and he's got a Super Bowl. And he's got 89 and a half sacks. So he's got 19, he's got 20 more. And he's got a comeback player of the year. I think that's close. Okay? I think that's close. I do. I think that's close. Just because you're a fan of him, don't make me have to love him the way you do. No. Flexion, I'm not trying to say it. You don't have to like him in any way. Fletch has stat that be compared at tallied stats. Can you put a positive light? Kelce at center, the greatest because you never heard his name. Bob, I said this earlier at the top of the program about Kelce. Is he a top 5 center? Here's my top 5 centers of all time. I got Mike Webster from 74 to 1990. In a span, he had 4 Super Bowls in 6 years. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Webster's a 12-time Pro Bowler. Jim Otto is also a 10-time plus Pro Bowler. Super Bowl champion from 60 to 74. I got Dwight Stevenson, albeit injured, from 80 to 87, Dolphins. Dermontti Dawson, Steelers, 88 to 2000. And I got Jim Langer, Dolphins, part of the great Dolphin team, played next to Larry Little and had 3 AFC championship games in a row and won it, and 2 Super Bowls in a row and won them. Actually played in 3 straight Super Bowls and won 2, and 1 was undefeated. Okay? All those guys have better wins, numbers, and played on better teams than Kelce did. Bullshit list? Really? Well, everybody has to play within their era. And if you dominate your era, that's how I look at it. Okay? Horrible list on guys who are 12. Here. Horrible list. Now, I could see these guys are all more accomplished. They're all more accomplished. Mike Webster.
According to Wikipedia,
They were all more accomplished. 1 more. You can't dismiss that. He's a 9-time Pro Bowler, 6 times first team All-Pro, 4 Super Bowl wins. He was on the All-Decade team, 70s, 80s, and 90s. He's on the 75th and the 100th anniversary all-time team. Are you high? Jim Otto. You have to be fair to everyone's era, man. You just can't go, well, because he played today. That's not how you do this. Isn't it funny? People go, Jordan's the greatest player of all time. How can he be? 9-time All-Pro. Super Bowl champion. I tell you, I could put I could put Kelce in the top 5 over Dwight because Dwight didn't play long enough. So you could probably put Webster, Otto, Dawson, Langer, and Kelce, and put Kelce 5th. You could put him 5th probably on the all-time list, I would say. Never seen someone disagree about Eagles. I'm not. What am I calling him the 5th best center? Because I'm not disrespecting other greatness of players. It's not a rip, asshole. When we're talking Hall of Fame and greatness, we're not talking about stiff centers here. We're talking about some of the greatest players of all time. And just because your guy's not the greatest of all time is not a rip when we're talking this. It's like when people have that conversation about Jordan and LeBron. That's not a rip. That's an honor. No one's throwing shade on anybody in a conversation when you're talking about the greatest. 5th all time? Yeah, behind Mike Webster, Otto, Dawson, and Langer? Yeah. They've done more. But that's no shade on Jason. It's no shade. Dude, if you're under the notion that he's the greatest center in pro football history, you're going to be disappointed with some of the way people are going to talk about that. He's in the conversation top 5. And so, there's like 20 centers that have been in conversation for the Hall of Fame. This is not a rip. No one's ripping him. Nobody's ripping him. Holy cow, you're honoring him. You're putting him in conversations with Dwight Stevenson, Mike Webster. That's like comparing a center today to Shaq, to Kareem, to Olajuwon, to Ewing. You think that's shade? It's not a fight, guy. No one's... Hoss, I'm not debating it. Sills is not... I'm not looking for a fight. Hoss, if you want to call Jason Kelce the best center in NFL history, you have every right to. I'm not throwing shade on him. I'm not going to sit here and defend my takes on people who have done more. I'm just not. These other men are more accomplished. I'm just not. I'm 1-3 in Super Bowls. He's still, Kelce's 1-3 in Super Bowls. Kelce's 1-3. I thought he was 1-1 in Super Bowls. Shooter, somebody in the NFL Network just said that teams usually shed tears over a multiple Super Bowl quarterback retiring, not a center. That's right, Barb. The whole entire organization today was honoring the guy. It was really fabulous to see. And I would think, too, all the media people have to absolutely be in love with what they saw today. A genuine guy breaking down. Okay? Just breaking down. Where's Kelce on the Mount Rushmore of Philly athletes? Who'd you put on that? 4 guys that represent your city better than any athletes in Philadelphia sports history. Who are the 4 athletes? And you know what? This is when you can call Big Sills outside. You tell me. And no, I'm not putting the manic depressant on that list. Playing 2 years in Philly. Who are the 4 athletes, any sport, that represent your city. I'm going to write 4 down. I got 4. Brian Dawkins, Julius Erving got to be there. Like I just changed it. Reggie, Julius Erving, Brian Dawkins, Jason Kelce. I'm looking for the 4. I'm going to ask Farzetta this when he comes on. Iverson, wow. Frazier and Clark. Shit. I forgot Joe. All right. I wrote these down, and you can kill me, okay, because you have the right to. LJ, Xander, all of you, you got, oh my God, Bernard Hopkins. Shit. Hey, I'm awake or you. I wrote these down. So I'm going to quantify it. Barb, I love it. Here are my 4 Mount Rushmore athletes that embody your city. And to the metrics that Xander threw. What did he put up there? Because I love that. Super Bowl, talent, championship, talent, fans. He gets it. I like that metric. Okay. Here's mine. I got Chuck Bednarik. I've got Jason Kelce. I've got Allen Iverson. And I got Bobby Clark. Those are my 4 Mount Rushmore of Philadelphia sports icons that represent your city. The only reason, Flex, and I didn't put Kobe on that list is because he didn't play his ball here, but he did Upper Marion. Hey, Xander goes, hey, dude, we could always do everything different here in Philly. We need about 7 or 8. Right? Man, you know what? I thought of putting Schmidt on that. I did. I thought of putting Schmidt on that list. But again, I got Bednarik, Kelce, Iverson, and Clark. And here's why I've chosen. Bednarik embodied your city forever. Everyone looked to him with empty hearts until Jason Kelce took the baton from Bednarik in 17. It went from Bednarik to Kelce. And so I looked at the progression of the passing of the baton. The 60 title versus Lombardi and beating Lombardi, and the only postseason loss in the history of Vince. And then Kelce winning it in 17 with his teammates. The way he talked about that game. All of that. I thought it was a passing of the baton of the most talked about team in Philly, the Eagles. From Chuck to him. I think both those guys embody one another. But Bednarik, I knew Chuck. So I'm a little bit biased. I knew him. Then I got Iverson. You had something in Philly that no one had seen. Allen Iverson is one of the greatest generational players in history of all time. Okay? Iverson's one of the greatest generational athletes that you'll ever see in history. His story's different. Bobby Bowden told me about the bowling incident and how he was railroaded and how his mom had to sign a scholarship in prison so he could go to Georgetown. And then Bobby Clark was really the first that brought you a championship in the modern day. Really, quite frankly, the Flyers are the only true dynasty you've ever had in Philly because you went back-to-back and the NHL changed the rules. So before I bring Farzetta on, today was was something that I enjoyed watching. What about Rocky and Nick Foles? Those Marshall, those are spectacular moments. So I wonder what Farzetta thinks of this. Here's my 4 for the Philadelphia Mount Rushmore of superstars. I got Bednarik, Kelce, Iverson, and Clark as my 4 guys. Let's bring on Mark Farzetta. I want to get his take first on this, and then we'll talk to him about Kelce. You think Kelce belongs in that list?
Absolutely. You talk about it's maybe only in Philadelphia are you going to have an offensive lineman, a center, as a superstar for all the reasons that Jason Kelce talked about today. And Jason Kelce made a distinction today that I don't think enough people understand. And it's actually one that, I grew up with a brother. You don't always, you're not always your brother's best friend. You yell at your brother, you get mad at your brother, you fight your brother. I certainly did enough of that growing up with my brother, But Philly is always, it's always been the city of brotherly love, and that always gets thrown back in our faces in a sarcastic way. Jason Kelce summed it up beautifully today. He's like, truly a city of brotherly love. It said that's exactly how your brother loves you. They're honest with you. They beat you up from time to time, but they always tell it like it is. And that is the city of Philadelphia. And he embodied that as a player. You could talk about the cliches of lunch pail to work and blue collar and all that stuff. To hell with all that. If it's a cliche, then it's an unfortunate one because it's so damn well earned. If you show up, you work your ass off. If you get every ounce of ability out of whatever talent you got, then they will love you in the city of Philadelphia. 4 years ago, Jason Kelce did a beautiful speech about this city holding players accountable. Darius Slade just talked about this on Steven Nelson's podcast, a former teammate of his, saying, they'll boo you at halftime when you're going into the tunnel. They'll chant, run the ball, and then you run the ball, goes for the loss, and they'll cheer that you just ran the ball. This city holds teams accountable like no other, holds players accountable like no other. And Jason Kelce matched that type of energy with the city. So for that reason, I would put him at, sorry. And also the fact he's a 6-time All-Pro and a first ballot Hall of Famer and a Super Bowl champion. That's why he would go on that Mount Rushmore in Philly.
The press conference today, I watched it, and in a city like Philly where there's no crying, I thought you take exception for the exceptional. You know what I mean? And Mark, sure. It came off where you're watching it, and I wasn't sad for him. It was more tears about the journey.
Sure.
The people around him and the love affair. Because to me, those were like love affair tears that, hey, you're walking away. You're telling people I have to go. It's like telling someone your final rights. Instead of someone reading your final rights, you're reading it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're going, hey, I have to go. It's just I can't. Most of us are told when to get the hell out. And for him to have to come to that, I thought that was one of the most genuine retirement speeches I have ever heard.
My first takeaway was it was a speech worthy of the man.
Yeah, that's great.
I met Jason Kelce in 2011. I met him when he was drafted. And I remember having conversations with different draft picks and all that. And I remember having a conversation with Jason Kelce. And I just remember, not that I ever would have predicted, this guy's going to be a star or whatever, anything like that. But just like, this guy's got a personality. He looks really average. He looks, this guy's going to play center. He just looks at, but you know what? With his personality, it's like, if this guy, if he's anything, he's got the personality for this city to love. I interviewed him on a number of occasions. I just thought he was a really entertaining guy. I thought there was something to it. And you started to see him improve every year on the Eagles offensive line. And maybe year 5, and he talked about it today at the press conference in 2016, following that year, everybody wanted him out of Philadelphia. If he was a general manager, he would have traded me for 2 washing. I would have traded myself for 2 washing machines, And you just saw the improvement and the dedication to his craft and getting with Jeff Stoutland. And he had mobility and agility and speed down. But for an undersized offensive lineman, an undersized center, you're supposed to. It was about the power, the technique, the footwork, and the hand movements and the hand placement and all that. That's what he had to work his ass off on during that offseason. And that's exactly what he did. And I felt that today he really showed you the hard work and dedication and talked about that beautifully, about what it took to be that underdog. And now that, as he said it himself, overrated player. I'm an overrated player. He always had that chip on his shoulder, but he had to work his ass off and dedicate himself to what he did in order to make sure that he wasn't overrated, that it was appropriately rated for as talented as a player as he was. And I just thought today, giving the speech, every ounce of it was fitting of who he was when it came to the emotion. I mean, think about this. So he thanked his high school band instructor today. He thanked the cafeteria workers at the NovaCare complex. Look, you could talk about what he said about Super Bowl 52. You could talk about the journey and all that. This man, if you met him, you connected with him. He connected with you. And I just heard a story the other day about after they won the Super Bowl, after the parade, he did an autograph signing for a card store in I think it was in Havertown. And people were just going and getting autographs, but also driving by and putting cases of beer in Jason Kelce's pickup truck. Like that he's a guy down the street that if you meet him out in public, he's extremely relatable. The guy's got an awesome wife, from the area. 3 lovely girls. I met his in-laws who were awesome people, they're just awesome people. And if you got to know him, today was, you used the word genuine. It was spot on, the genuine article. It was exactly who Jason Kelce was. If you were to ask someone, if he was going to give a retirement speech, who would he mention? And everyone would get a shout. He shouted out the first time he laid on grass in pads as a kid. It was, I'll put it to you like this. I don't know about you, man, but I love history. I'm a history nerd and all that. And I remember years ago, there was a biography put out on the History Channel of Ben Franklin. And the biographer, one of the biographers about him said, when I got to the point in the story where Ben Franklin died, we're never supposed to admit this as biographers, but I got a tear in my eye. I shed a tear when Ben Franklin died. And I'm watching the speech today by Jason Kelce. And I'm thinking about the guy I met in 2011. I'm thinking about the career I just watched. And as a media member who has covered him, like, you're not supposed to admit whether or not you got emotional. I mean, I definitely had tears in my eyes watching him break down that much. No one could. God, knowing that his mother and father were sitting right there in front of him, the sacrifice they made in their lives. It was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful moment of whatever it was, 30, 35 minutes of him just pouring his heart out. I mean, just like he did on the football field, he left it all out there right by the microphone. No questions needed, really, after it was done. I thought it was perfect.
Man, when you thank all the people that help you, man, you just look back and it's a village that helps, get to you where you are and where he is. And having played a microdot in that league and to know what he accomplished, to walk away from that and just to walk away from that clean, and you got your parents there, your wife there, your teammates there, your coaches there, your friends there, people from your past. Shit. I mean, it's impossible to say goodbye to that thing. I'm telling you, I say it's the worst divorce in history of your life when you leave the NFL or when you leave playing a game. Farzi, I played the game from the time I was 9 till I was in my early 30s. And walking away from that, people go, you're like, and I had to go around the world to play. This guy played in the National Football League for 13 years in Philly, in a city that revered him. Walking away from that, dude, is not easy. It's just, you can't just put it down. I mean, hey, people think you get in your car and go home. That's not what that thing was there, man. I mean, so when I watched it, now the pressure goes to Hurts. Is there more pressure on Jalen now to pick the baton up? Because Lane's not a very vocal leader. So is it in her? Does this put more pressure on him for teammates to look to be that more vocal leader like Jason?
I liken it to this. If you have kids, you know, you if your kids are going on a trip somewhere, you want to know the adults that are going. You know what I mean? You want to be like, all right, who's in charge, that kind of thing. With Jason Kelce being there, you know they at least had a good chaperone. You know they at least had good, you know, so you're always having that kind of concern. And I liken it to that because you just felt like they were in good hands.
No, Mark, when shit hits the fan, you look over at the guy and he's over here going like this. You're like, okay. You're like, all right, you know?
Exactly. So, look, I don't think Jalen Hurts is a vocal leader. I don't think that's in him naturally. Therefore, I don't want him to be a vocal leader. But he's going to have to pick his spots. You just can't be, all right, guys, we're struggling. Here's A.J. Brown. You're not the MC as the quarterback, okay? You got to be the guy that actually goes out there and performs. You got to be the headliner. You can have a middle
act. I'd like to have a leader that's a little more stable.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And
what I mean by that is I don't mean clinically unstable. I mean, I need a leader like here, Mark. And I think sometimes people, because of my hyperbole, that I go over the top a little bit with A.J. Owens. But my point about being A.J. Owens is this. I want a guy like Dungy's personality to be a leader. I don't want him to get too high when the highs are high. And I don't want him to be too low when the lows are lows, because that's leadership. Because you look at people that are even keeled. And I think when you're a head coach and a leader, you've got to have that balance. Mm-hmm. You can't have these peaks and valleys like AJ does. AJ's here. I hate you, Farzetta. Then the next day, he's asking you to come over and make him a pizza with pepperoni on it and sitting around, and we're going to sit around and watch Pinocchio all day. I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I don't want that kind of swing. I want level-headed. Let me be emotional.
Yeah.
I'm the player. That's what I'm looking for. And I don't think Brown's the leader.
What does it say about us that was your analogy? And to me, that sounded like a great day. That sounded like Pinocchio and pizza. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah. Pepperoni, especially.
Espresso, that top it off, right? For the capper, right? We're ready.
Well, I mean, I don't want to, not in front of you.
Holy cow. You know what, man? My grandma, my grandmother, Philomena, would have loved you, man. Okay. Oh, yeah, we got them all. Giuseppe's, Philomena's.
Sure, yeah.
The people that are in our Vitos. We got them. Hey, let me show you this. Look at now, this is my family where I come from.
So that's God.
The crew. Now, if that doesn't have the face of Sicily on it, nothing does.
Madonna mia. Madonna mia. That is beautiful. That is beautiful, man. But yeah, you're exactly right. Like, you got to have guys that are those steady guys. When the water is going crazy around the ship, you got to be steady on the boat, and that's what you want in a leader. So to me, I don't need Jalen Hurts to be, you know, guns a-blazing all the time. I don't need him to be losing his mind I don't need him in the last 4 or 5 games of the season to be losing his mind on everybody. I need him to be, as you said, steady, even keeled. For the most part, especially in this press conference, he is always even keeled in that regard. But in the locker room, you have to pick your spots. If you're a leader, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be yelling all the time. It also doesn't mean you're quiet all the time. You got to pick your spots. I've heard coaches talking about it in the past where you only have so many bullets to fire before it falls on deaf ears and you're ignored. But if you're a player that doesn't really say a lot, the moments that you speak, people will listen. And if you're the franchise quarterback and you're the guy and players see you going out there and putting it on the line, people will follow that. But it's a matter of getting everybody else mentally prepared through a week, especially through the end of the season when a team is struggling, to help keep them on the right track. I look at a guy like Jason Kelce and I say, because of him, and this is exactly why I did not put the Eagles out of contention in the early goings of the season. And this is even before they were 10-1. I did not think they were going to go through any type of Super Bowl hangover that everyone was talking about before the year because of the leadership, because of Jason Kelce, the number one guy of all of them. Yes, also because of Brandon Graham, also because of Fletcher Cox, also because of Lane Johnson. Now you have to have a new run here. It can't just be A.J. Brown speaking, it's got to be your franchise quarterback. I am not asking, I want to say this one more time. I'm not asking Jalen Hurts to step out of his comfort zone and all of a sudden grab some pom-poms and start waving them. That's not what I'm saying. But know the moments when this team is going to need to hear from their quarterback. That's what I would ask of Jalen Hurts. So yes, Jason Kelce doesn't shift leadership with this team. Absolutely. It's not unlike, we went through this in Philadelphia. We had a GM for our baseball team, Pat Gillick, who put together the World Series team in 2008. And one of the major things he did with this team was he traded Bobby Abreu. Now, I am not comparing Jason Kelce to Bobby Abreu, but what it did was it gave the team to a new leadership group. Now with this Eagles team, that's where Utley, Rollins, and those guys, Ryan Howard, Cole Evans, that's where they took over. Now this team, in a sense, if Fletcher Cox steps down as well as which is expected, Jason Kelce already has. Brandon Graham, if he's even back with the Eagles, it's going to be on a maybe $1 more than the veteran minimum if he's back. There is going to be a leadership change with this team. Jason Kelce has to, or excuse me, Jalen Hurts has to step in those shoes to Jason Kelce to become one of those leaders. Not right there as Jason Kelce, but he's got to be able to pick his spots and know what to say and when to say it.
We're probably going to get another one of these press conferences in the next couple days too with Fletcher Cox. I mean, you know, I looked at his numbers and I looked at his accomplishments, Mark. 6-time Pro Bowler on the All-Decade team, Super Bowl champion, not a ton of 60 sacks. He's not up in the 90s like some of the Hall of Fame guys. However, all the metrics that you want to have in a defensive tackle when you're contemplating him being in that position and being in a conversation to have a conversation about getting into Canton, he's right there. His impact if he loses or if you lose him to retirement. And tell me what you thought of his career in Philadelphia.
I mean, he was one of the few players that's been there over the years where the Eagles drafted him. And right before, I'm just thinking, just take Fletcher Cox. You get Fletcher. If Fletcher Cox is at that spot, you're taking Fletcher Cox. And it actually worked out on draft day that it happened. His career has been incredible. I know a lot of people look at the sacks, and I get it. Those are the flash numbers, but you know better than anybody, especially for a defensive tackle, that does not tell the whole story.
You want to hear this, Mark? I think he is a more complete D tackle than Aaron Donald, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
He plays the run. Donald doesn't play the run. Mm-hmm. He's been on defensive fronts that give up a nickel in yards per carry, 5 yards a carry. If you're the best defensive interior tackle and you're getting run the football on, I don't know how you make that conversation where this guy's one of the greatest defensive tackles and you can run at the guy and run him over, or he runs around blocks. That's, to me, what makes Sapp possibly the best 3 technique that's ever played, because he played the run, he sacked the quarterback, and it's kind of what Fletcher is, but not to that level. So there's no doubt Donald's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, defensive tackle, pass rusher. But when it comes to being complete, maybe I'm just being old school, man. Get off my lawn, old man. But I like those guys that can play dual threat, play the run, pass rush, knows how to play 17 games, was constantly there every day for you, was picked at 13. You could have redrafted him. He could have been a top 10 guy. He just superseded everything you asked of him since he's been an Eagle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can make a case for a Hall of Famer, certainly, when it comes to Fletcher Cox. And for the city of Philadelphia, he was, I mean, you talk about Mr. Steady, always there. I mean, you talk about a guy that would defend against the run, would not just go upfield and get after the quarterback time and time again, but did have that in his game. I mean, he's one of the best. He's one of the guys that helped solidify the mentality of the Eagles in terms of investing so much, especially when it comes to draft stock and the defensive line. And you look no further than Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. Now, you talk about what's got to happen on the offensive side of things with Cam Jurgens potentially, and obviously the number one the guy looked at to replace Jason Kelce, or at least step in to be the center next year for the Eagles. But now it's going to be a new time for these defensive tackles to be able to step up for the Eagles and give the type of production that you got from a guy like Fletcher Cox. So I look back on his career, and I don't just look at the stat sheet or the box score, and I know a lot of people do look at that. But for me, you don't get a mark in the box score for drawing the double team or trying to beat a triple team on the offensive line. You don't get that. But if you won't go back and you watch the film and over the years, how many times Fletcher Cox was opening up things for the guys on the end because what he was taking up in the middle is something that is overlooked far too often. But Fletcher Cox, make no mistake about it, was doing it almost more than anybody in the NFL. And to see guys come around and have the success that they had from the edge positions here in Philadelphia, they owe a lot of that to Fletcher Cox, especially a 70-sack season that they had just a season ago.
I'm going to say that I think Jalen Hurts will struggle this year because of the loss of Kelce. I mean, okay. So let me get this right, Mark. We're under the assumption, like we were with Dean, that Dean would have a seamless transition to Kobe Dean, taking over for TJ Edwards. You guys don't practice in the offseason. You don't go through training camp, and you don't take the exhibition games very serious. So you just went with the assumption that he was going to take over for Edwards. And I'm not saying you. I'm talking about everyone put the faith and had the assumption that Howie knew what he was doing and the coaches did, that guy was going to take the green dot and he was going to have a seamless transition. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that comfortable the way that they operate in the offseason, that Cam Jurgens is going to be a seamless transition from a guy who was the first team All-Pro, a Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Famer, to a guy who's just going to slide over and go, I got this?
I'll put it to you like this. I got a lot more confidence in what Jeff Stoutland is going to do with Cam Jurgens than I do in – and I like Vic Fangio, but the Kobe Dean ain't stepping in there next year and becoming an all-pro. Cam Jurgens could step in there next year, be a Pro Bowler. I would doubt it. It's difficult to do that in your first year as a starter at that position. But I've seen Cam Jurgens. I've seen the film on Cam Jurgens. I've seen him play at a good level, not a great level already as an NFL player. I haven't seen that yet with Kobe Dean on any sort of consistent basis, a game here and there. But as a guy that has been given the starter's reins at the right guard position, did well this year. Not great, did well. To slide over now to his natural position of center certainly will not be seamless and will not be a seamless transition, given that you're going and taking over for a guy that could be the greatest center ever. But I think he will be. So I will say this. Overall, I think the Eagles' offensive line this coming season will still be a top 5 offensive line. It is, let's admit, it's a stacked offensive line. It is a very good offensive line. There will be hiccups. There will be communication issues as the year goes on. But I think they will still be solid at the center position. I think it'll be solid as a offensive line. And Jalen Hurts taking a step back to put it on him. I actually think he's going to have a bounce back year. I think Kellen Moore and what his offense is going to bring to the table will help revitalize this offense again. The only thing that concerns me is the turnover numbers, and I know that's the biggest thing. If he's airing it out more under Kellen Moore, that obviously puts the precious pigskin in peril even more. But I'm hoping that they do take that step back as far as the turnovers go. But offensive line speaking, it will not be seamless, but I think they will still be a pretty damn good offensive line next year.
Mulata is an A talent. Dickerson's an A talent. And I would say this to you. I've made this comment back in the day. You might be too young, but I know you know the history of the NFL. Upshaw and Shell, when the Raiders had those two on the left side for like over a decade, the Eagles are in a position to have the left side of their flank of their quarterback protected by very young and very talented people. The center position, we'll see.
Question mark.
The right guard position is definitely an unknown. You have an A. Get this. He's no longer an A. He's an A-. But let's put that in the rest of the league. He's an A+, which means his A- is A+ to everybody else.
Right, yeah.
Because if he falls 3%, he's still better than 98% of the rest of the league and what we're talking about with Lane Johnson. So the 2022 O-line with Sayamalo and Kelce in the middle there, that's one of the best groups. I would even put that in the conversation with the Cowboys offensive line of Emmett as being as good as that unit, because those guys were that unit you had in 22 was as good as an offensive line I've ever seen. I think it's going to be interesting for a team that struggled with blitz pickup and had trouble with hits on the quarterback. They were third, and how that's going to play out, because Cam now has to make the line calls now too, Mark. And that took a lot of pressure off of Jalen when he was at the line of scrimmage, because I want to see how that dynamic. But like you said, you've got the best offensive line coach in the NFL, and Jimmy Johnson said that's clearly by far one of the most important coaches, if not the most important assistant coach you could possibly have. Does this lead you to believe then that they draft a guard, that they draft a lineman at 22?
I don't think they'll do that at 22. I think they will get 2 linemen in this draft with the picks that they have. I don't think they do that at 22.
It's one of the deepest drafts in many years, linemen.
Yeah, wide receivers, linemen, great. I saw recently 10 to 12 wide receivers could be taken in the first 50 picks of the draft. That's pretty impressive as well. But yeah, I have a lot of confidence in what you have in Jeff Stoutland, but I'll put it here like this. I don't have as big a question with Cam Jurgens moving to center as I do, say, if Tyler Steen moves to right guard, which is what's expected. I think if you're looking at question marks along the line of scrimmage, the bigger question mark is at right guard more so than it is center. You do talk about, blitz pickup and making those reads as a center and where the blocking is going to be shifted to and all that. All that comes down to Cam Jurgens. I think that's something he's going to work his ass off with in the offseason. He's got 1 year of experience of at least being right next to Jason Kelce to help get those reads, so I think that will help him. The bigger question mark I have is whether or not Tyler Steen is going to be able to fill the void that's now shifted over by Cam Jurgens with the retirement of Jason Kelce. But in the not-too-distant future for this coming season, I got a lot of confidence in what this offensive line can do. And the number one reason is Jeff Stoutland. And I listening to Jason Kelce talk about it today, I mean, he echoed a lot of what we've heard and what we've talked about for the last couple of years. It's still amazing to me that Jeff Stoutland was a Chip Kelly hire. Like, think about that. Chip Kelly brought in Jeff Stoutland to this team.
And didn't he bring that smoothie bar?
He brought this Jeff Stoutland.
Smoothie bar, and he brought Stoutland into you.
Stoutland, smoothie bar, and the offense coordinator now for the Jaguars, who I'm forgetting, the kid. Oh, damn it. I can't remember his name.
He brought another didn't he bring Lane in too?
Lane was the first draft pick in the Chip Kelly era, which I always immediately attributed to Howie Roseman.
Oh,
I don't think.
How did he get that out there to him? Through a bugle? I mean, he was still in the broom closet.
No. This is the first year. This is the first year.
Wasn't he?
No. This is before the broom closet. This is 2 years. And how about Jason Kelce in his speech today, alluding to that again? Jason Kelce addressed it in his Super Bowl parade speech, and then his retirement speech referenced Howie Roseman being moved to the other side of the building.
He was at the other side of the building when he made that move.
Jason Kelce today. You think Howie Roseman was in the back of the NovaCare complex? Oh, Jason, you don't need to mention that. Didn't wrap it up. But I always attributed that to Howie because that was Chip's first year in the league. But you're right. The first pick in the Chip Kelly era was, yes, Lane Johnson.
I wonder how you look at the ownership and how it's handled itself through this whole time here and these last couple weeks here and how this, I mean, I know he was down in like Morocco looking for a yacht and such, but I mean, he goes yacht hunting, the guy in France. But I'm just curious. I mean, where's this guy? I mean, how do you think he's handled this whole thing with this? I don't know. You know what? It's been a lot of noise. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I'm still waiting. Where the hell has Jeffrey Lurie been? I'm waiting for my end of the year Jeffrey Lurie press conference.
Does he do one?
Usually. Huh. This is how it went. This is how the state of the team. I don't want to have to wait till training camp again. I need to hear from him. I specifically want, and people can always say, well, what's he gonna say? But you know what? You don't really know until you ask the question. And even if they do answer the question, you can still read between the lines of what it really could mean. You can decipher it and all that. Hey, Jeffrey, a lot's made of the analytic department and your heavy persuasion of using analytics. Tell me a little bit about that. How much freedom does the head coach have? Why do you still have confidence in Nick Sirianni as the head coach of this football team? Why do you still think he is the coach to lead this team back to a Super Bowl? Not just win, not just get there, but actually maybe win it this time? Why is he the guy? Why are you bringing in an offensive coordinator with 5 years of experience under his belt and a defensive coordinator who's been a head coach in this league and has 25 years under his belt running defenses in the NFL? Tell me why the guy in the middle is least qualified from when it comes to an X's and O standpoint to be running this team. You tell me that. You tell me why. And I want to see what he says.
Mark, I mean, just a couple more thoughts here with you. You're so great. And I appreciate you so much. I heard something the other day, and this comes with Kelce too saying something, and Brandon and Fletcher, and, how they really liked Nick, and Nick was a good coach, and he's this and he's that. Well, if you really loved a guy, why didn't you play for the guy when it mattered? Telling me after the fact, Mark, how much you love somebody and you get your ass handed to you and you don't fight for the guy, to me, maybe this is my old school mentality and I'm not in this where, hey, man, it's good throwing flowers at people. But if you loved me enough, you'd have played hard for me when it mattered. Not when it doesn't matter. We're in the offseason, and you get a chance to throw all kinds of bullshit at me and tell me how much, hey, the guy's a great coach. He's a super guy. Well, then why were you 1-7? Why didn't you play hard for him then? Yeah. So it kind of falls on deaf ears for me when I hear that stuff, especially in the offseason. Am I off base with that?
No, not at all. I've echoed those same sentiments. I feel the exact same way. And going into the Giants game at the end of the year, the report was going into that game that, oh, man, Nick Sirianni, he really gave it to these guys the night before and really told them how important this game is. You can still win this game. And no matter what, the division's still on the line. And at halftime, it still was with the Cowboys and Commanders playing the way they were. It's still on the line. They laid an egg, Sills. They laid an egg. So don't tell me that you still love this guy, you still play for this guy. Exactly. And you know what else sucks? I'll tell you what else sucks. I was hoping that would be the game that would, okay, at least they'll rally and they'll show you something before the playoffs start. Get it right before the playoffs start. So we were obviously let down. I would love, and we've heard, I think, Fletcher Cox, we've heard Britton Covey, we've heard a number of guys talk about how the end of the year and why the year ended the way it did. I would just love one guy, and I think Dallas Goedert was the most accurate before he took back what he said, which was after they made the playoffs, after they clinched the playoff spot, they kind of just kicked their feet up and said that was it. I would love if just at the end of the season, somebody just would have said, why did we suck at the end of the year? Because we were done. We didn't prepare before the season enough for this moment. We were done. By the time we played the 49ers, we were absolutely cooked. By the time we played the Cowboys, we had nothing left in the tank for Seattle, and we barely scraped together a win against Tommy DeVito, with a belly full of smelts on Christmas Day to beat him and the New York Giants. Okay, don't tell me that you guys had anything left. That's the only actual explanation I could get from the Eagles that I would go, I kind of believe that, because that's the way you played more than anything. That you were just done. You were cooked. Too many injuries. The way people were being excited, the way people were excited about Zach Cunningham playing middle linebacker for this team should tell you all you need to know. The fact that he missed so many games at the end of the year, and we went, oh my God, it's like we're missing Lawrence Taylor. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. So, yes, a lot of it does fall on Nick Sirianni's shoulders, because one of the things I had confidence in Nick is the similar thing that I had confidence in the leadership of this team. The Eagles, I didn't think were going to go through bad stretches because they had maintained this great level of focus. And you talk about back-to-back 10-1 seasons. I mean, that doesn't happen. That's incredible. No. But then it just went away. Why did it go away is going to be one of the biggest question marks I will have for the rest of my days on earth when I look at how this season ended after the way it started. Yes, they struggled to be 10-1. They scraped together wins left and right, but they fought and they found ways to win. Finding ways to win can't be the MO for a season. It could be the MO for a month maybe before you start righting the ship and getting back on track and dominating games. And one of the stats, and it's very simple, that I go back to about this season is you had 2 wins this season of 10 or more points. 2. You had 6 a year ago. That's a team that's controlling games. A team that only wins 2 of those types of games in a season, that's a team that scrapes by. And that's exactly what the Eagles did. And we've talked about this almost every time we've talked, my friend. But, man, if Nick Sirianni isn't calling plays, and if he's not getting the team focused, and if he's not stopping the bleeding, and I'll use one of Jeffrey Lurie's speeches, one of his phrases, if he's not showing emotional intelligence, then what is it you say you do here? And that's another question I'd have for Jeffrey Lurie. All throughout the season, we heard how it's Nick Sirianni's offense. Now it's Kellen Moore's. So what does Nick Sirianni do? What does he do?
I'm going to leave you with one more. I got one more question for you. But from what I'm going to do this year and this season coming up, I'm going to take a section from the Washington Post. And every time I see a lie, we're going to start doing Pinocchios for all the lies that the general manager and the head coach has. And Nick, that's 3 Pinocchios. So we're going to be doing that all year long with Pinocchios. Now, I want to say this to you because I know you like, and I do too. I like our guy, Bill Colarulo. He's a Paisan and all.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
One of my favorite things to hear is when like little kids, like they want to buy like a toy or something. Hey, Mom, can I have the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip and the one that goes in like, is the big Tonka truck?
Sure.
Can I get the fire engine one? It's a little expensive. So like, I want to get that Rolex, man, but I got to wear a Timex. So, so when I go on the market for free agency here real soon, and Patrick Queen is $20 million, or Antone Winfield Jr. is $19 million, do you in your right mind believe that Howie Roseman is going to open up Jeffrey Lurie's wallet and go, hey, I'm going to spend $20 million on Bill Colarulo's favorite linebacker toy, Patrick Queen of the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah.
Do you really believe that?
No, I want it.
Okay. Segment over.
Yes, echo everything. Love Bill as well. Too. Okay, Sills, I'm telling you that Patrick Queen's going to be on the team next year. Are you happy? You're happy. We're all happy. We're all ecstatic. It ain't happening.
Wait, on March 4th? Yeah.
Yes, it ain't happening. I would love it.
Me too.
But it's like one of these things. It's like, what do you want them to do, and what do you predict they're going to do?
Hey, Mark,
well, unfortunately,
I want them to. I think, and they have the money to. But will they?
No, that's not happening.
No.
This exactly. Like, here's the thing. What I root for and what I predict are two totally different things, because you don't want to mislead people. And good Lord, I look, that's not a valuable position. You mentioned Rolexes to people that don't even wear a watch. I mean, come on, this is so out of the Eagles' league. It's so out of it's just not something they do. The idea of them wanting to bring back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, old CD Deuce himself, I'm open to that. Is it a Patrick Queen thing at linebacker? No, but they need a safety, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson played really well in a Fangio-esque system.
But you know why they want him back? Because he spent the entire year on IR, and his market value is not going to be 6 to 8 million.
He's free.
It's going to be more 4 to 6.
Yeah.
So they're looking at it going, hey, I get the guy because he had a couple car wrecks. Hey, you know what? I'll take a couple dents in the fender. 2 million, 3 million less. Hey, I'll take the guy. Because if he played all year on that Lions team, he'd be a $10 million market guy. They're not going to bring his ass back with that.
Yeah, no. They're getting a discount price.
This guy shops at the dollar store for defensive players.
Hey, if you're a defensive lineman, if you're an interior defensive lineman, you can make money on this team.
Yes.
If you're a linebacker, not happening. You're a safety, not really happening. If you're a corner, they'll pay you. You might not be that good, but they'll pay you. It's the weirdest thing.
This is like the place where you see when you go to a guy's house, you open up the refrigerator door and it says generic milk. Okay? I mean, it just says ice cream or beer. It's just there's nothing else on it. It just says beer.
I'll give it to you like this. All right. One more analogy. I'll give it to you like this. It's like going over a friend's house who's a wine connoisseur. And you go, I could go for a beer. And they give you a Hurricane or a Pabst Blue Ribbon. Okay. They give you a Colt 45.
Is that Ripple or Thunderbird? What is that? Holy cow,
that's what it is.
I thought that was Cake Bread Merlot. No, it's Thunderbird. By the way, it's Mad Dog 3030. How you doing?
Yeah, I could go for.
Wait a minute. Where's the cake bread you promised me? That's
Mad Dog.
The cake bread.
I owe my marriage to Mad Dog. Thanks for bringing that one up.
Hey, one last thing here on the Mad Dog. When I was a young kid, I didn't realize what that thing was. So I got like 3 of them, and I didn't realize they were $2.04. So I gunned like 3 of them. Then I went and had 18 White Castles. All I remember was breaking grapes in my shower. I know you didn't need to hear that visual, but let me just say this to you. I have never in my life thrown up more in a shower and stood on a hill of grapes.
Oh, good God, my friend.
Hey, I was so sick, dude. Hey, this is good. It wasn't really, but it was $2.19 and I was in college. What the hell did I know?
Do you think it was Hawaiian Punch? What the hell is going on there?
Hey, but this is not getting me drunk. Yeah, 2 in, I was out. This ought to be interesting. Hey, I want to see who the leadership council is going to be when we move forward. Because with you, I don't think Sirianni. I think this puts more pressure on Nick, too, because there's going to be a search for leadership in that locker room. But I did think today was a great day for Philadelphia because one of its great warriors called it a career today, and it was it was well justified in giving him that time today and having him say all those things and him open his heart like that to you guys. I really did. I thought it was a testament to you, the fans, too, as well, and the media guys, Mark. That was really – it was a job well done by all of you because, you know, you embraced him. He embraced you. He knew the ups and downs. But I thought he really embodied your city today.
Hey, since day one, the guy has just gotten it. And I think every athlete that goes through Philadelphia needs to listen to Jason Kelce. And if you've heard a lot of things about Philadelphia, and I've talked to athletes that didn't know anything about Philadelphia before they came here, number one thing, just Google Jason Kelce. Not anything he's done on the field, because chances are if you're a player, you've seen that already. But the behind-the-scenes stuff, the off-the-field stuff, just listen to that guy. That guy could teach a class on introduction to Philadelphia for any athlete coming here, because from day one, the man just got it. Absolutely got it.
Mark, thank you, brother. I appreciate your time as always, man. Great day in Philly. Watching a Warrior call it a career. Thank you, brother.
Absolutely. Hey, I'm going to try to get my hands on my grandfather's bocce club team photo. So the next time I'm on, I'll try to show that one to you.
Watch this. Hold on here. This is my Aunt Nellie. This is my here's my grandfather. Here's my pop. Here's my Uncle Rocky. Here's my Uncle Joe. Here's my Uncle Sal. Look at all those guys, man.
Good Irish names.
This looks like the Colombo crime family.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, man. God bless. God bless.
Salute. See you later, Mark. Thank you, brother. All right, guys, please hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Go for the pulls and the pools. Go for the oohs and the ahs. Go for the bubbles and the bubbly. Go for the story and the stories. Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
Philadelphia fans, we're cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. We're going to effort our friend Craig Carton again at the bottom of the hour. Merl Reese will join us at 5:30 Eastern. We'll get his take on one of the legendary careers in Philadelphia Eagle history. That'll be Merl Reese talking about Jason Kelce. I want to throw, it's funny, we were talking about the story I broke with Michael Vick and how I was the first one who said that Vick had signed with the Eagles. And we posted the story on the internet last week, and Xander was so kind to find it. And if you look at that article from Pro Football Talk, who was the first person that acknowledged me? And he unfortunately passed away, Chris Mortensen, over the weekend. And I got a call from him right after I broke that story. Said, great job. And I got a call from a bunch of ESPN executives. And they both called me and they were like, wow, you scooped all the national guys. Unbelievable how you scooped them. And I was like, I just got lucky because I knew Tom Shaw, who was working Michael Vick out. And Chris Mortensen called me, and his family, or he did, followed me on Twitter still. And we used to communicate back and forth. And I know he had a stroke and all, but Chris and I became really great friends. And he loved the fact that I never portrayed myself as a journalist. I just knew a lot of dudes in sports broadcasting. I just knew a lot of guys. It wasn't like I'm not a story breaker. Like, we broke the RG3 story that Washington was moving on. Why? Because Bruce Allen came on my show in Southern California and said they were moving on from RG3. And nobody in Washington had heard that before, that RG3 was not going to be welcomed back with the, at the time, Redskins. And Bruce broke that story on my program. And so people are like, oh, Sileo thinks he's something. No, I don't. We just happen to have a lot of friends that are in sports. Okay? And when we broke the Vic story, Mortensen called me. He came down to Tampa when he was watching the Buccaneers. He took me out to lunch. We became friends. We started a great friendship. And I would say this to you about Chris Mortensen, truly one of the legendary NFL insiders that if you wanted a story out, you went to Mortensen. And if you wanted to plant something to get a story out, Chris knew how to do it professionally. And what I mean by that is there's some organizations, and I won't name any, Xander, that want to get a story out. Mortensen had to have the balance of helping the team, but also making sure his credibility wasn't tarnished. And he would subtly, and he would move the needle the way he saw fit. If that meant someone else came out and broke it, see, that's what you have. There's so many people in our business, like John McMullen even. I'll say this about John. You know how many stories that people at the NovaCare Center have probably told him that he can't say, and John has to keep behind the scenes because they're confiding in him? And so when John asks a question at the press conference, he's got a qualified question to ask. It's not like they're telling him what questions to ask, but he at least knows where they're going. And it helps in the direction on how you're talking to a particular team. It's helpful. And you've got to be professional about it. Me, on the other hand, that's not my job. I never wanted that job because I that's too much that I would have to care about. I don't care that much about that stuff. Okay? I'm more of an opinion guy, like an op-ed guy. That's the journalism I like, is op-ed. You have opinion? I don't want to sit there and fuzzy both sides up, straddle the fence in any way possible. I don't want to do that. Absolutely, Barb. Chris Mortensen was the best at what he did when he was at ESPN, and God rest his soul. In the first hour, we talked a little bit about, obviously, Jason Kelce retired. It was a great day in Philadelphia sports. to see an icon like that leave. We also talked about the offensive people that were in the draft that I thought the combines, if I were to tell you, I gave you my top 5 guys offensively that were at the combines. We talked a little offensively. I think the receiver position's deep, O-line's deep. I think there's some good tight ends, but mostly O-line, wideouts. You're going to get a really good run and have an opportunity to really get some good guys, because what they're going to do is they're going to overvalue, once again, the quarterback position. Here's some of the top defensive guys, and I gave the Big Sills top offensive guys. Here is my top defensive guys. I don't think Kelce leaving is a statement. I think it was just time for him. I don't think that was a statement. Okay? I don't think that was a statement. I do agree. Bleed green, I do think Fletcher's next. You could probably see that as early as next week, because you want to get into free agency knowing what you're doing, and you want to prepare for the draft. So they need interior O-linemen, and they're going to need another defensive tackle. Now, do you go free agency or do you draft? Here's some of the guys. D-line, Brian Murphy, Texas. I liked what he did, and I talked to Carl Dunbar, who worked him out, and all the D-linemen. And it's a good group. And he said Murphy is more athletic than he thought. And he is probably first-round pick in the middle of the draft, somewhere in there. He was a 5-star high school kid. He's got good range. His shuttle drills were great, which means what? He's got great lateral movement. Okay. Michael Hall, Ohio State. I've always liked this kid. And by the way, you want to get defensive linemen? Ohio State's your place. Very athletic in the D-line. D-line, O-line. Ohio State has done a hell of a job at putting guys into the pros off those 2 units. Ohio State recruits like a Southeastern Conference football team. That's why they win a ton of games, is because they recruit like they're in the SEC. Mason Smith, LSU. Can't go wrong with him. Tiger, can't go wrong with the Southeastern Conference guy. Never go wrong with those SEC dudes, man. Dude, if I can, you know what? Again, if you really want to have a great draft record, you hang out in the blue chip stock section. You may not get a lot of return on your investment, but it's not about the return on your investment. It's about not missing on your investment. That's when I told you this, and I know some of you are shocked, but I worked on Wall Street for Bear Stearns. It's not about getting the giant return. It's about not getting the giant loss. If you get 2, 4, 5 to 8% return on your investment, you're gold. Anybody who gets 14, 15 fold on their returns, dude, that's a pipe dream. Those are incredible market changes that have happened. A governmental policy, a contract, what have it, that very seldom changes those type of numbers and those type of returns. Since they invest quality picks in DL and they must play, it makes logical sense they go free agency for DL. Yeah, well, that's going to cost you dough if you're going to do that. Barb, is that true? Russell Wilson has been cut by the Broncos? Whew. Wow. Is that a salary cap hit? If that's true, that Wilson has been cut by the Broncos, that is quite a cap hit. And to me, he's going to Pittsburgh. He's going to Pittsburgh. And I think the Steelers could be a force if he's in Pittsburgh. They're a quarterback away. I completely could see him in Pittsburgh. Wow. Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh with Pickens, that O-line, Najee, that defense, Steelers could maybe get to, again, he doesn't have to be Russell Wilson, Super Bowl Russell Wilson. He just doesn't have to. And by the way, his numbers weren't bad last year. Sean Payton was bad. Look at his numbers. Russell Wilson wasn't bad last year. Actually, Russell Wilson had a better season than Jalen Hurts did from the pocket. Let's prove that out. How many people think Hurts had a better year than him? You don't really believe that, do you? Russell Wilson, 2023 season, $85 million in dead cap money. Holy cow. Russell Wilson stats. That's a ton of money. Ton of money. Sills, did you actually watch Wilson play? No, I watched Hurts play. 20 turnovers. Let's see. So he only played in 15 games. He missed 2. 3,000 passing, 3,070, 26 touchdowns, 8 picks. Eight picks, 98 quarterback rating. You're making it sound like this guy sucked. He threw for more touchdowns and less games than your guy. And less picks. I know it's so hard to hear your boy outplayed by a guy who had a down year. Think about that. Russell Wilson in a down year outplayed Hurts. That's kind of all you need to know. I got Chris Jenkins. So my 5 guys, D-line interior, Brian Murphy, Texas, Michael Hall, Ohio State, Mason Smith, LSU, Newton, Illinois, and Chris Jenkins, defensive line. Craig Carton's going to be joining us here in a couple minutes, and we're going to get his take on what he potentially saw today with Jason Kelce. Some of the comments that he made a couple weeks ago when it said about the issues that were in the locker room. So Craig's going to hit us up here in a couple minutes here. So we'll get him on here. Again, Russell Wilson has better stats than Hurts did in 2003. So did Baker Mayfield. I know, dude. Baker Mayfield did. And you know what? You know what? I hear folks doing this. Well, yeah, someone's going to try to say and make a comment that Baker Mayfield is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has 1 season behind his belt. That's it. You can't make that assessment that Jalen's better than Baker. He's had 1 really good year out of 4. So don't make it sound like this guy's put 4 great years up. He has. He's put 1. Give me a break, man. I got to tell you something here, dog. There is no doubt. I don't know what it is. But maybe I do. Maybe it's just the way we talk. I got to bring my guy Craig Carton in now, man, because, boy, I'll tell you what, he started a bunch of shit a couple of weeks ago, and here he is now. Craig, I mean, dude, you speak, they listen.
Yeah, it seems like it, right?
Hey, brother, how you doing? How's the show coming along, the Carton Show?
It's doing great. We were off last week. Sorry that I was not there for you on Friday. I meant to be. And we're back at it starting this week, but all good, all good. Thank you.
Kelce called it a career today. You know, I threw this out there. Who's going to be in the conversation now for Philadelphia moving forward? Fletcher Cox looks like he's going to retire, Craig. Brandon Graham looks like he's going to retire. You have an issue with the puppet head coach, and I call him a cheerleader, and Nick Sirianni. The leadership, do you think the Eagles are in for a rough ride here in 2024?
I'm not sure because there's still a lot of talent there. more than most teams have. So I'm not one of these guys that is now, going long on the Eagles' demise. It's hard to replace a rock star center, obviously. And Jason Kelce was that. So now you're starting to kind of deal with what a lot of teams have dealt with as they go through periods of success, which is attrition. And you start losing guys that were key members of, like, the glue that kept, a really good team together. So while they had a terrible collapse last year, obviously, and got knocked out by Tampa in the playoffs, they don't come back to an empty cupboard. They now have to start replacing guys that were integral, though, to the success. But when you talk about a young quarterback who I think is still unproven in Jalen Hurts, and I'll give him the nod of a great year 2 seasons ago and a great Super Bowl, one of the greatest Super Bowls any losing quarterbacks ever had in the history of the game. And you have 2 really good wide receivers, assuming they both come back. I think they obviously got to replace DeAndre Swift, but this is why when you see what New England did with Tom Brady and what Kansas City has now done with Patrick Mahomes, why it's so special. Because the Eagles are a really good football team. And in the NFC, there's not a lot of really good football teams. And they're obviously going to have a hard time replicating success, either because they lose guys to retirement, guys get cut, they don't replace them with adequate replacements. So the Eagles obviously have a lot of work to do this offseason, but I wouldn't just blindly count them out for next year at all.
Craig, do you think there's a locker room issue inside that building? Whatever that means. I mean,
Yeah.
you had Derek Gunn come out with a article or a post that said that Jalen struggled with the $50 million contract when Big Dom got taken off the sidelines. There was a lot of discord on the sidelines with the head coach screaming at players and coaches, and now you're losing Jason Kelce. I mean, you think there's a locker room issue that they have to figure out this offseason?
Yeah, I think it's a big one. I know it is. And that's pretty much what I said a week and a half ago that created such a furor out there in Philadelphia. But take me out of it, right? Forget about what I said a week plus ago, that there was a problem in that locker room. And the Eagles went, kind of bat boop crazy about what I said. I didn't say what the problem was. I just said there was a problem. But Fletcher Cox told you there was a problem, right? Now you've had beyond Fletcher Cox, who's not coming back. You're right. He is retiring from football. You have a named player in the locker room telling you there's locker room discord. There's enough reports out of Philadelphia, without blaming the media for those reports, that there are issues in the locker room. Some of those issues for sure revolve around Nick Sirianni. One of the things that I was critical of early on, when you demote a defensive coordinator and decide, but you leave him in the building, that is a problem. Because as you know, and I say this respectfully as a player, you want to know who you answer to. And like any other group of men, women, whatever it is, at any age, we have cliques. There's guys that we like. There's guys we don't like. There's guys you respect. There's guys and on and on and on. So when you say to the defensive coordinator, you're not going to be the defensive coordinator anymore, but we're going to let you stay in the locker room and we're going to let you stay with the organization, that's confusing for guys, because Desai might have been my guy and Matt Patricia isn't. So I'm going to go to my guy if I got a problem or a question about defensive game planning. And I just thought it was a bad way to handle a demotion. And no disrespect to Desai. If you're going to demote, you might as well just fire, because you got to get him out of the building. And they didn't do that. And it's things like that that lend themselves to having locker room discord. And I think sometimes, success can cause that also. Guys start making money. Guys start reading their press clippings. And guys kind of change at the core of who they are. I remember an old man once said to me, if you want to really find out who a person really is, give them a lot of money. You'll find out in 24 hours. Now, I'm not saying that is the problem, but for anyone to deny that there are issues there amongst the coaching staff and the players, well, it's just a flat out lie. And again, take me out of it. Fletcher Cox told you there was a problem. Period. Stop.
2 last questions for you. Craig,
Yeah.
I threw this out there that I do not believe the Eagles. I think that Nick Sirianni is a lame duck coach, and here's why. One of the things in the NFL today you want, look at all the successful coaches. You want play calling head coaches. Why? Because it's a fail-safe from coordinators coming in and snagging up your coordinators and having a job for another football team. So if Kellen Moore comes in, he gets Jalen Hurts right, he leaves for, say, the Bills when they fire McDermott. You're telling me that Jalen Hurts is going to have 4 offensive coordinators in 5 years. Instead of doing this, you're not going to let Shane Steichen walk out of the building. So either way, Craig, he's fired at the end of the year. If he turns Hurts around, I don't believe the Eagles are just going to go like this. Hey, see ya. Let's see if we can gamble again on another coordinator. I think the reason that Nick Sirianni's a lame duck coach, he's 12-11 as a play calling head of the offense, 2-5 when he started, and this last year, and they know he's not a play calling head coach. I believe he's lame duck. Do you?
Yeah, he's not lame duck contractually. I think this is obviously a make or break year for him because Jeff Lurie is not going to tolerate, what happened and being a bit of a laughing stock as they imploded down the stretch. And, I remember like I'm sure you did and everyone else that, talks sports for a living from coast to coast, we all said the same thing, that the schedule was set up for them last year in those final 3 weeks to whatever was wrong to get it right. When you had the New York Giants twice in those last 3 weeks, and they lost to them once and damn near lost to them both times. And the fact that they didn't come through those 3 weeks 3-0 and heading into the playoffs, you're having righted the ship was a problem. But I also look back, to the press conference a few weeks ago when they announced at least, Kellen Moore was going to take over and they were going to have a new offensive coordinator. And one of the reporters said to Nick Sirianni, well, if this guy's calling the defense and that guy's calling the offense, what do you do?
What's your gig?
And he didn't have, and it was weird because it's an offensive question, obviously.
Yes.
There's a lot of coaches whose job is to be CEO and has a coordinator for both sides of the ball and one obviously for special teams. So that is still a bit of the norm in the NFL. But Nick didn't have an answer for it. He was just like, I'm the head coach. All right, but what do you do? So look, I'll never take away success from someone. It's part of the resume, whether we like a person or not. It's very difficult to be successful in the NFL. He took a team to the Super Bowl. That does count for something, but he also authored one of the biggest collapses in NFL history as well, and that also counts for something. So as a guy who doesn't like the Philadelphia Eagles, although I like Jeff Lurie a great deal, and I lived in Philly, worked in Philly, got married in Philly, all that. I've always had an eye on what happens in Philadelphia, but I will lose zero sleep over that maintaining itself as a dysfunctional mess. And if there's a sports god, I look up to the skies and ask him, dear Father, please allow the dysfunction to continue. But that's just me.
Here's my last question then. Here's my last. That's beautiful. Here's my last one. Well, then you tell me what the Giant love affair is with the Giants and with Daniel Jones. Dude, what is the love affair with this guy? I mean, you're letting Barkley walk out the building, which, by the way, he never lived up to the number 2 overall draft. He didn't get you 1,000 yards, albeit a crappy O-line this last year. A lot of issues at quarterback. Yeah. I get it, but that's not the number 2 pick in the draft. So he's not a $10 million guy. However, though, I mean, Craig, not tagging him, giving him $40 a year, the cap hits, the Waller deal. I mean, this thing's been a train wreck since, Tom Coughlin left. What do the Giants have a shot at turning this thing around with Dable or no?
It's funny. If you'd asked me this question 6 months ago, I would have said, yeah, for sure they do. But then you see the dysfunction on their sideline with Wink Martindale and with Kafka and obviously Brian Dable. So there's some chinks in the armor there now. Look, I'm a huge Saquon Barkley guy, but I'm with you. Saquon Barkley's career to date was not worthy of the number 2 overall pick. It was a mistake. And he was supposed to be a generational back, and he had that great rookie season, and he's a really good running back and a great guy, but he's not lived up to the billing as the number 2 pick. That being said, for the New York Giants to let that kid walk out the building and get nothing in return is mind-boggling to me. And I don't see why you can't work something out with him. If you're not going to give him the $12.2 million that he would have gotten if you franchised him again, why can't you do a 2-year deal, say for $22.3 million, guarantee him 15 over those 2 years, so he gets more guaranteed money than he's otherwise going to get, and you keep a guy who represents 60% of your offense in the locker room. Daniel Jones is an average quarterback, period, stop. But now you're taking away his number 1 weapon and his security blanket. Darren Waller has been a bust as a New York Giant. Sure, when he's healthy, he's great. He's never healthy. Outside of Darius Slayton, you can't name another wide receiver on that team now that Sterling Shepard is most likely going to retire. And all he does now is challenge me to golf. And I can beat him, which makes me feel pretty damn good, frankly, because he's a great guy also. But, they need help. They need a tight end. They need wide receivers. And this is a strange year for me because if Saquon walks out the door, and I think he will, the New York Giants can replace him very quickly this year because there are legitimately a dozen really good above average running backs that are all going to be available all at the same time this year. Whether that's Josh Jacobs out of Vegas, you may or not believe in Tony Pollard, whether it's, there are a lot of guys who are now available, and that's never happened before in the history of the league for this many top quality. Austin Eckler is the guy I was thinking of, top quality running backs who are available. None of them are going to be franchised. They're all going somewhere else, most likely, and the Giants can replace them pretty quickly.
What's your beef with Howard Eskin?
Howard's Howard. I have no beef with Howard.
Dude, he's talking shit on you all, and I'm like, and I had to come to you, and I did, and I'm like,
I appreciate it.
So first you talk shit on Craig, and you talked all your crap on Craig and how he's throwing out misinformation. Then you turn around and you go, well, I have it under knowledge that Fletcher Cox Hurts is a poor leader, and I'm going like this. Okay,
yeah.
Fletcher Cox said that. No, it's in you. No, I heard it, and I'm like, well, what is he doing that's different than you? I mean, Craig, it looks like you got battles all across the country with people.
Yeah, but look,
Howard Eskin.
I've known Howard a very, very long time, having worked at WIP starting back in 1993. So he and I have had a relationship for a long time. That was vintage Howard Eskin. He is a professional shill for the Philadelphia Eagles. He is on their payroll. If he tells you he's not, he's lying to you.
He is.
And he's not gonna cook the golden goose because he's unemployable without the Philadelphia Eagles allowing him to be on their sideline. That being said, it was vintage Howard. I'm not offended by it. I know who he is and what he is, and he and I are good. But the notion that, here's what I found funny about it. He came out and said, there was nothing to my report. Then he said, I exaggerated my report, which means there's something to it. And then he came out and said, everything I said was accurate.
Oh. Craig, we can't hear you. Can't hear you. Craig, I can't hear you.
The most.
Okay.
Can you hear me here?
Yeah. Please repeat what you just said. We got to hear it.
That's on me. Hold on.
Yeah, I got to hear this.
I'm trying.
Because Angelo calls him, and so did Missinelli, called him the biggest shill in the history of
Is that better?
Eagles, Philadelphia sports radio. Go ahead.
Let me think of how to fix this. Hang on a second. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to leave and come right back.
Okay. Come right back.
Why did that happen?
Come right back. Come right back. I did this last take here. Okay, he's gonna come back here, and this is what we call in our business a retort to Howard Eskin. So he's going to. This is a retort. Now Howard called him one of the biggest liars in sports talk history. Craig does a show on FS1 called The Carton Show. And, of course, everyone knows he did sports talk radio in Philly at IP. And, of course, he was in the mornings with Boomer Esiason on WFAN and also in the afternoons on WFAN. And every year that he was on in New York radio, they were number one, Men 2554. So Howard took shots at him. And Howard Eskin was taking shots at him. And this is what we call in our business a retort to Howard Eskin. Go, Craigie Carton.
I'm back. I don't know where you lost me or not.
Hey, Craig, I just want to know and get your retort from Howard being a shill. And by the way, Missinelli and also Angelo call him the biggest shill in Philadelphia sports talk history.
Yeah, he's also a legend. So I'll add that too. And he started sports talk in Philly, but he's a shill. Like, he knows what he is. And he's hanging on to the later stages of a great career in Philadelphia. He's not going to do anything that upsets the apple cart with the Eagles, so I get that. Him attacking me was vintage Howard, but like I started to say, and I apologize when we got interrupted there, you can't say that my report wasn't factual and then say, okay, there's something to it, but he exaggerated the report, and then tell me that Fletcher Cox told you that there's major dysfunction in the locker room. Which one is it? It can't be all three. And if you again go back to what I said, I did not intimate at all what the problem was. All I came out and said was there's a legitimate problem amongst the guys in that locker room that I don't think can be fixed, period, stop. So I know a lot of people try to run with rumors about what I was alluding to. I was very careful in how I couched it, not to allude to something or intimate what I know to be factual. So him attacking me, would be like if I made fun of your daughter who plays college sports and you and your wife make fun of her the same way, that's okay because she's your daughter. But an outsider cannot make fun of your child. And I feel the same way. So it didn't matter who said it or what was said. Howard, as the mouthpiece of the Eagles, was going to deny it and defend the Eagles. And clearly, yet again, I've proven to be right because that's what I do.
And that's who you are. That, my friends, in sports radio is a retort. And yes, very well done as always. And I see, if you're not hated, in my opinion, you're not doing it right. And I look at that as a merit badge. You know what I said to Angelo? I go, Angelo, the NFL teams are after me and the NFL's after me. He goes, congratulations, you're doing your job. And I went
listen, there's, what we do for a living, it's like politics, like sports and politics are very similar. You want to be relevant. You want people to know what you said and then have an emotional reaction to what you said. And if you're looking for everybody to blow smoke up your ass and agree with everything you say, you're in the wrong business. If you're thin-skinned about negative reactions to what you say,
that's okay. We're good now. Hey, Craig,
we're good. I'm back or not. I'm back.
Hey, Craig, listen.
Be good.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Have a good one. Tell Sonny I said hi. If he needs anything, let me know.
For sure. Love you. Be good.
Love you too, Craig. Thank you so much, dude. That's our friend Craig Carton. Absolutely. So there was your retort. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. Merl Reese will join us, and we will talk.
Go for the pulls and the pools. Go for the oohs and the ahs. Go for the bubbles and the bubbly. Go for the story and the stories. Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
Philadelphia fans, we're cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
EAGLES. Eagles.
The Philadelphia Fighting Siriannis. Who will be the leader of the Fighting Siriannis? Merl Reese will join us. That'll be at 5:30. Who's the captain? Who is the leading candidate to lead this group of men in 24? Is it the bipolar one, A.J. Owens? No. Is it the smooth talker? Wait a minute. He's not a smooth talker. Well, yeah. The singing left tackle, Jordan Mailata. Is it the bashful, shy Jalen Hurts? Is it Devontae? No. Receivers can't be leaders. They're weirdos. Who on defense? No one. You don't have any leaders on your team now. And there's your head coach, little Nicky Sirianni. Jesus. You're left with Sirianni now that Kelce and Fletcher Cox are gone. Holy shit. You got a collection of bipolar ones. Britton Covey. There's your leader, a special teams guy. Hey, what's your kicker's name? Who's the best player on the team? Is it Josh Norman? Josh Norman. Is that his name? Josh Norman? I really don't stay in touch with kickers. I don't. Leaders are made, Sills, not born. Really. So you don't think that you have an innate quality inside you, that you know what leadership is, and you're born with having leadership inside you. I think you develop the things you have inside you. I don't think you all of a sudden, you just develop a guy into being a leader. You're either that guy or you ain't that guy, and you're born that guy. You just don't know it yet. I completely disagree. So what, you think Patton didn't know he was a leader when he was 10? He knew he was a leader. Okay? It just took time to develop it. How many, you guys, most people think that you could just develop leaders. No, you can't. That's like sewing C's on a guy's sweater in hockey. You're either Steve Eiserman or you're not. You're either Bobby Orr or you're not. It's just you don't develop into being a leader. You are one. You are one. Jake Elliott, is that his name? Yes, sir. Jake Elliott. Josh Norman, I don't know, man. I don't stay in touch with non-football players. Kickers are not football players, man. They sit under umbrellas and drink Mai Tais at practice. That's not a football player. That's a socialite. They just come out and kick. You don't do any hitting. You barely do any running. You think you have to be in shape? You could be Sebastian Janikowski and a fat ass and not have to worry about it. Kickers aren't football players. They're just dudes. What about Landon Dickerson? I actually like Landon Dickerson, man. Do. Okay? You are such a team player. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You're right, though, Sills. Defense needs a general on the field without Cox out there. Absolutely. And it ain't going to be Nakobe Dean because he can't stay out there long enough. You don't have a team leader, man. What do you mean? What, you think Mr. White Castle's going to be a leader? No. Could Jalen Carter? It's too young. Maybe they bring Brandon Graham back because they have no leaders on the team. Craig 3, Philly nothing. Damn. Called Howard Eskin the biggest shill in Philadelphia sports history. So that's Mike Missinelli, Angelo Cataldi, and Craig Carton calling Howard Eskin the biggest shill in Philly history. Shit. I don't know, man. That's pretty rough. Calling somebody a shill. Howard's a shill? I know somebody who's not. Merl Reese will join us at 5:30 Eastern. Whew. No, in sports history, Nakobe Dean will lead in the trainer's room. Brother Hannibal. Whew. So do we bring BG and Fletch back, or one of them need that veteran? Xander said something earlier that I think has some credence now, because now that you're looking at it, Xander may be right just in one point. What if you bring back Brandon at $2 million or $4 million or $5 million, and you give him a chance and incentives to make $7 million, and you bring him back because you're just concerned about the leadership in the locker room, and especially on that side of the ball? I mean, would it be worth it? Probably. You know, you're not asking him for a leading role in the movie in 24 here. You're not really asking him for that. You're asking him to come back and show, and maybe, you know what? Maybe show how to lead and teach the younger players how to lead. Seals, you got to find out why Carton has disdain for Philly. He made that kid at the time. He broke one story Brayman to Lori Cell of the Birds. That's his claim to fame in Philly. Well, shit, Philly. My claim to fame is at least Vic being signed by Andy Reid and the Eagles. That's not a bad story that he broke, that Norman Brayman. Yeah, you know why? You know some people in South Florida. Hell, I knew that. Brayman was selling the team to Lori. What do you think gave me my Corvette when I was at Miami? Norman Brayman gave it to me. I told you guys the story before. Xander knows it. So how it went was my junior year, Norman Brayman came to me and he goes, this is yours, so it's past its time here. Plus now with nil, it's not a big deal. But back then, Norman Brayman came to me and he goes, hey, I'd like to give you this Corvette. It's red. I've taken pictures. I had pictures of it and I've posted them. And he goes, this is yours. Here's the deal, though. You pay me $1 a month. It was a cherry red Corvette, $1 a month. Now, when you get drafted, you have to pay me $500 a month. for the Corvette. Had 10 miles on it. I said, okay. So they did all their due diligence. Sunbank found out that I was going to be a high pick, and I was. And so it went. That's how I got the car. But for 2 years, I was only paying $1. I was paying $1 for the car. Jimmy Johnson sees me at a red light. He's behind me. He comes up behind me. His hair's moving all over the place. Pulled over. He kicked me off the team right there in my red vet with my tees off. Dude, I'm in a guinea tee. I'm driving around South Florida. I think I'm the shit. You are never coming back to this team. They're watching you, us, everyone. Where'd you get this car? I found it. You fucking found it? No, you didn't. Get your ass. Sure enough, man. They called me the next day. I'm in Jimmy's office. Hey, man, I don't want to see that car. Park that thing in the garage. You're not to drive it anywhere. I was like, he goes, and where are you living? I go, Brickell Avenue. Brickell Avenue? What are you doing at Brickell Avenue? Those apartments go for $2,000 a month. I said, someone gave me a room. Someone gave you a room. Dude, so someone gave you a Corvette and a room at Brickell Avenue. We know one with the hole in the middle of it when you saw it on Miami Vice back in the day. That's the building I lived in my junior year, going into my senior year at UM. You found it? What do you mean you found it? Someone gave it to you? Yeah, someone gave it to me. Hey, man. Now college players. Oh, hey, Forrest, if I lived in today's college football, I'd make $3-4 million a year. No problem. In Miami with my team, with Michael Irvin and all them guys with Jerome, you couldn't pay us. Every guy on our team back in 86, 87, there were guys on our team making $300,000 a year. Jerome Brown had credit cards from where I don't know. He had 5 cars his sophomore, junior year. I don't know where he got it. Rick Riley used to say this shit. He'd drive up to ours. He goes, the University of Miami parking lot, team parking lot, looks like a used car sales lot. There's like Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, Corvettes, Grand Nationals. I think somebody had like trucks and shit. Crazy. You don't have to make it to, hey, we'll get this, Forrest. You don't have to make it to the league. So look at Arch Manning. By the time he leaves Texas, how about this one, Xander? By the time Arch Manning leaves Texas, he'll have made $20 million in cash. He makes $4 million right now being the third-team backup quarterback in Austin on his current nil deal. So if he stays there, he'll make $20 million. Or $12 million. Somewhere in there. Dude. And never take a snap. Never take a snap. We're going to reset. The legendary Merl Reese will join us. That'll be at 5:30 Eastern. We'll talk about Russell Wilson being cut, the amount of money that's going against the salary cap for Denver. Hey, is this a time for the Eagles to go get Patrick Surtain? I'll explain. Hour number 3. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Go for the pulls and the pools. Go for the oohs and the ahs. Go for the bubbles and the bubbly. Go for the story and the stories. Go for the win Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
Philadelphia fans, we're cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. Merl Reese will join us at 5:30 Eastern Time, and we'll get his thoughts. He's seen some of the greatest Philadelphia Eagle players in the history of your team. The Golden Voice, the Hall of Famer, the legend himself will join us. That'll be at 5:30 Eastern. About the Cowboys situation right now. So it looks like Tyron Smith's not coming back. So you're in contract negotiations with Dak Prescott, and Dak's going to lose his left tackle. So in the last 2 years, he loses Amari Cooper and Tyron Smith, who's a perennial All-Pro. And you think the Cowboys are going in a right direction? Holy shit. You're going to walk away from Tyron Smith and pay Dak Prescott $60 million and draft a rookie offensive tackle to protect his blind side? Really? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You can't let Tyron Smith, after 13 years, just walk out the building and think you're just going to replace him with a guy in the draft. That's that stuff that Howie does when it comes to, hey, benefit of the doubt. I'm not giving anybody the benefit of the doubt when I'm having an investment of $60 million at quarterback. That's not happening. That's a tough decision to make, just to move off him. All right. So Russell Wilson cut by the Denver Broncos, and it's an $85 million cap hit to the Broncos, which means you're paying Russ $85 million. Greg goes, we're so negative because I just said that Tyron Smith is going to be cut or they're moving on from him. And that's a bad move by the Cowboys. That's not negative, Greg. That's reality. The whole league goes through this shit. Negative? What's negative about that? That's reality, my friend. This isn't about picking your favorite things. This is about balancing your favorite things. That's right, Chris. You guys moved off of Jason Peters. This is what the league wants. The Broncos should be ashamed of themselves? No, they shouldn't. It's business. Why? Is Russ not getting paid? He's getting paid. You have to be ashamed of themselves. You're under the notion here, Forrest, that the NFL gives a shit about these players. When you're Jason Kelce, that's why when you see Jason Kelce get that day, we're going to talk about that here in a minute, and we're going to reset that. That's unprecedented territory the league's in. That's unprecedented. The league doesn't celebrate players. They celebrate themselves. They don't celebrate. That's why Tom Brady can leave the NFL, and the NFL ratings go through the roof. How many places do you know you can lose your biggest star and ratings still go up? It's like when the PGA lost Tiger, tank. NBA lost Jordan, tank. NFL loses Brady, Manning, Breeze. The ratings go up. Why? Because it ain't built on one guy. And it's not built on players. What one player does the NFL promote? They don't even promote Patrick Mahomes. The league does not believe in promoting a face of the league. They're self-appointed by the media faces of the league. I could make the argument Dak Prescott's the face of the league. Some of you go, it's Mahomes. Really? Well, then how come more people watch Cowboy games than Chief games? Who's the face of the league? It's how you want to look at it. Hey, Jay, let me ask you this. Jay, who's the bigger face of the league? Dak Prescott or Patrick Mahomes? Who's the bigger face of the league? When the NFL looks at their paychecks, who helps the NFL? Another terrible take, okay? Well, let me help you out here. The NFL owners make the majority of their money off the TV packages, Daz, not off of who's a better quarterback. They make it off of ratings. They don't give a shit about who the better guy is. Who brings more viewership to their television sets and more advertising money and more dollars? Dak Prescott is a bigger face of the league than Mahomes will ever be. Ever be. The Dallas Cowboy ratings for games, almost every one of them are in the top 30 most watched TV games, which means what? Revenue money. Here, Xander will tell you exactly. You know what the number one thing is? Watch this. Hey, man, you got really great content. Wow, you're so wonderful of a host. You're fantastic. Oh, well, if you don't have any advertisers or you don't have everybody on your network, nobody cares. Hey, I got 700 million views. Did you get paid for it? No. It's worthless. Dak sucks. Not to the NFL, he doesn't. That's why Dak's going to get $60 million. More people watch him than any player in the league. I know you hate it. Do I think he's better than Mahomes? That's got nothing to do with it. Hey, Ty, what does 2 wins in the playoffs have anything to do with what I just said about making money for the league? What does that have to do with anything? You guys are such football fans, and God bless you. That has nothing to do with why the NFL is in business, because Dak has 2 wins in 10 years in the playoffs. That has nothing to do with it. Who watches Dak more than any other guy on the planet? You, the fans. Okay? Dak's a choke artist. So what? You're not looking at this correctly. Who brings the most viewers? How many people here hate Donald Trump? I think this is probably the best analogy you can get. And I'm not going to talk about the people that love him. How many people here hate Trump? Then why does CNN and MSNBC cover him 24/7 if they revile him so much? Fox talks about him every day. Newspapers have headlines with him every day. He may be the most hated or maybe the most loved. It's called polarizing. It doesn't matter because CNN and MSNBC can't exist without Trump. You're not going to do 24-hour segments with Joe Biden. You're not doing that. He sucks. He's horrible. I know. Then why do you cover him? Trump's the face of America right now. You hate hearing that. Why? Because you talk about him every day. You cover him every day, whether you like it or not. Networks make money off him. Newspapers make money off him. Same as Dak. They make money off of Dak. It's WWE on steroids. That's what the NFL is. It's WWE on steroids. Blake goes like this. Ratings go up for CNN if he's in. Correct. That's my point, Blake, about Dak Prescott. Dude, Patrick Mahomes is such a great ball player. Everyone knows it. It's a nice story in Kansas City. Taylor Swift is bringing eyeballs to it. A lot of people saw the Super Bowl. Let me ask you this. 200 million people on all platforms saw the Super Bowl. If Dak Prescott was in the Super Bowl with the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones and that fiasco, you might have 250 million people watch that thing. Don't ask me why. But we had David Hill on here before, the founder of Fox Sports. And remember what he said? You know the greatest thing about the Cowboys? It's the modern day soap opera. That's a reality show that you have no answers to. It's like watching Seinfeld. It's Seinfeld of the NFL. That's what the Cowboys are. It's a reality show. It's not a football team. It's just not a football. It's a reality show. More people watch Cowboy games than any game on the planet. And NFL makes their money on TV network money. Correct? And you got a guy like Daz going like this. That's a horrible take. How's that a horrible take when the face of the league's Dak and the Cowboys? The Cowboys team itself is the face of the league. Ratings dictate it. Let's go here and let's reset. Jason Kelce today. Before we get Merl Reese on, Jason Kelce took a victory lap today in a rifle one, and one that was, in my opinion, earned. What a great victory lap. It was a fantastic press conference. It was one of the best I've seen. He couldn't control his emotions. Here's a guy who has broken bones all over himself. It was losing it, constantly looking at his family. Couldn't look his family in the face. His teammates were watching him lay himself out there like that, exposing himself. I thought it was it was so old school and a guy who didn't want to go. It was like a guy on a deathbed. He's telling his family, I don't want to go. I have to go. I don't want to go. He didn't want to go, but he knew he had to. Whew. What a conflict in life. Like, I guarantee you, he must be back at his house right now saying this, I made a mistake. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. He must have ping-ponged that back and forth because he's at the top of his game still. And for him to, he thanked the organization, thanked his mom and dad. You know, I'll tell you a little, watching Jason Kelce, you know what it reminded me of? We're watching our daughter. Our daughter had, she was player of the game against University of California, San Diego. They beat them 73-0. My daughter's a captain of the team. She scored twice, must have made 20 tackles. She was player of the game. She was all over the place. And my daughter said something to me and my wife after the game. I want to thank you guys for always coming to the games and always supporting me and being here. And I heard Jason say that about his parents. There's nothing like watching your kids succeed. My daughter's team's the number one ranked team in the country. And Dee Dee's the captain of the team for the last 3 years. Played her best game. She's having her best season. She's also been invited to play in Australia, where Jordan Mailata played in the NRL League for Sydney City. They were at Reliant, and she's got a tryout after she graduates. And I heard Kelce talking about his parents. You know, my aunt has been a big factor also with my Uncle Chuck in raising my kid. It just shows you that the amount of people that have helped people when you get to a level like that. Okay? I mean, thank you. Hey, Forrest, my daughter, when she scored, I won't lie, I cried. Then she scored again. I won't lie, I cried. Okay? I saw Kelce. I won't lie, I got emotional. I would think that his dad and mom have to have been very emotional there today. I guarantee you when we get Merl on, I guarantee you Merl was. Okay? I guarantee it. Oh, yeah. He's funny, man. I never cried in anything kind of like maybe after a couple losses in my life, but watching my daughter play, whew, and I would think what Kelce's watching their two. Imagine the Kelce's and their two sons, Travis and Jason, how proud they must be of them too. And again, not because they're pros, but because they fulfilled their destiny. And they know the journey that they took. Jason Kelce wasn't crying. Jason Kelce wasn't crying because he was leaving football. He was crying for the thankfulness of people that helped him along the way. Your dad or your mom giving you a grand here or there, or friends helping you when you're through tough times. That's what I felt. Okay? Jay said, F that sucks. We had the privilege with him playing for our team, and he was just amazing. Jay, really? Okay. Movie coming soon. I think you saw a 13-year movie, man. And he gets A's for me. That was as good as it gets. He couldn't get through normal sentences without just bawling. Not just getting emotional, bawling. And in a city like Philly, where that's not tolerated, to show that kind of emotion, because you never want to show weakness, I thought that was strength. I sat there and I went, man, that guy has no fear. Because could I cry like that in front of people? I don't know if I could do that. But maybe that's my insecurity. He is not an insecure man. Because when you can do that, Jason Kelce is a frightening man. You know why? Jason Kelce could break down like that at any moment and then turn around and drive you into the ground like a hammer spiking a nail. I don't know, man. That's a scary dude. That's the kind of people you get nervous about. Because one hand, he's going to show you all emotion he's got. And on the other hand, this guy's going to drive you into the ground and not think 10 seconds about it. Those are scary humans. That's a scary guy. Flex, I don't think it's a hard ass. I just think it's being tough. Like my daughter asks me all the time, Dad, do you think I'm tough? I go, Didi, you don't have to talk tough to be tough. The people that talk tough are traditionally the loudest guy in the room is usually the weakest guy in the room. Those people are weak. Donovan McNabb cried in the Super Bowl huddle. Donovan McNabb is a perpetrator. Okay? I could not wait to get Merl. Before I bring Merl Reese on, I couldn't wait because I wanted him to hear this. I've heard a lot of retirement speeches in my life. And sometimes they're just that. Very rarely do you get a genuine one and a guy who has love for everything. And the city he played in, his teammates, the people that covered him, especially the city of Philadelphia. And a man that's seen thousands of great players, all the attitudes, all the personalities that have been in Philadelphia. The legendary Merl Reese joins us now, and I'd love to bring him in here and get his quick takeaway from that press conference today. Merl, Merl, just so you know, I'm watching it, and I cried because I sat there and I said this. I go, this isn't tears of sadness. This is tears of gratefulness and all the things that he had in his life. And that was my quick takeaway. How did you take away from that great interview today or that great press conference?
Well, you're right. I wouldn't have expected anything else with Jason Kelce because Jason Kelce has such a big heart and such a high regard for the fans of this city. I am tired of hearing athletes say, oh, they boo us. We don't get the support we deserve. They're fair weather fans. Jason Kelce, these are passionate fans. He gets it. These are fans who drive you to excellence, who had a very big part in me reaching the pinnacle of my career the way I did. He said they care. They're the fans in football. He was just great. And yeah, he was emotional. There's no doubt about it. At times he was funny, but he was emotional. And I thought it was the best retirement announcement I ever heard.
For you, Merl, and you know what? I'm not going to put you on the spot because I don't think it's a fair comment. But what I'll ask you is, has he been one of the most embraced athletes that you have covered since you've been the broadcaster of the Eagles in Philadelphia?
Without any question. Absolutely, yes. He is right there with the most embraced athletes. We get closer to our athletes than we did when I first started with my first play-by-play game in 1977. Now, I'm not talking about me personally because I've always been close to a lot of the members of the team by being in the locker room every day and at practice. But I'm saying that as fans, we are so much more up close and personal, and we all feel like we get to know these guys. And I would say absolutely, Jason Kelce has had such great exposure and has connected so well with the fans. The only one recently who I think had that same kind of connection, perhaps, was Brian Dawkins. People loved Doc. They loved the way he ran out on the field like the Wolverine man. And they loved his passion when he spoke with them. And Kelce is that way too, to an nth degree.
How about this too, Merl? You've seen so many journeys of players go from point A to point B. And, you know, I tell people, just for me, having had a small time in that league, just to make it to that league, it's emotional to leave that league, to see a guy that's that accomplished, to say, and you know how many times we don't get a chance to do this, Merrill? I have to go. You know, we're usually told when to go. He was, I have to go. As a health thing for you, were you glad it was now and it was time now for him so that he could leave a productive life? And did you want him to step away from the game?
I consider myself a friend of Jason Kelce, off the field and on the field. There were times we'll go into the cafeteria during the week when they're on a break, and we'll just sit and chat for 25 minutes, and we've golfed together. He's been my guest at my golf course, and we've had a lot of fun together. I consider him a friend. And yes, Jason Kelce could come back next year and still be one of the best centers in the National Football League. His physical skills have not left him, but he's taken a pounding for 13 years, and enough is enough. Every year after this that he takes a pounding would really hurt him more in the future. He is smart. He's leaving as one of the best players, and he's able to walk away, not limp away.
You know, is there going to be a leadership void without having him in that building and not having him, especially in that huddle? Because I look at Jalen, and I look at him this way. He's such a young player still. You know, you're learning and you're still growing as a man, as a leader, as a quarterback, as a face of a team. So there's still a process there that he's going through.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think the leadership in that locker room will look, especially if Fletcher Cox also next week, we say, because we're hearing that. I'm going to ask you about him in a second. What if he decides to call it? Then you got Brandon Graham as the last real, along with Lane, leader in that building from the leadership council. How do you see the leadership this time going into 24?
I'm glad you threw in that little along with Lane, because Lane Johnson is a pretty respected guy. And Lane Johnson is not afraid to step forward and say what has to be said. He's a go-to guy. So you have Lane Johnson in there. You do still have BG in there, we think. But in all probability, BG is, oh my goodness, BG is a ray of sunshine for everybody around him. He's that kind of guy. So there are people who step forward. You don't know what their method is going to be exactly. There are guys who step forward by example. There are other guys who are not afraid to yell at a teammate. There are other guys. The lineman used to say, the defensive lineman, that Fletcher Cox is our guiding light. He's the guy who keeps us doing and preparing the way we have to prepare. But Fletcher's been terrific. But as I said, you never know. I mean, in his goodbye, Jason talked about the feeling on that game in Los Angeles in 2017, where probably at that point the MVP of the league was Carson Wentz, and he went down with the knee injury, and he said, we in the locker room after that game, stepping up was Malcolm Jenkins, and he used a phrase that is on the Eagles. It's sketched on the Eagles championship ring, and he said, "We need, we what was it? We all we need, we all we are," or something like that. But it was 5 words that became one of the battle cries of that team. So he said, he was the one who stepped forward with a lot of confidence. So you never know. I mean, there are young players on this team who have yet to really be heard. I mean, who knows what Jordan Davis is going to be like once he is in a more senior position. There are a lot of bright guys on this team. Reed Blankenship is a bright guy. Another guy who barely touched the surface last year, but I still think he's going to be a great player one day, and that's the young safety that they got from got in the draft from the University of Illinois.
Sidney Brown.
Yep, he's going to be something. There's no doubt about that. He is going to be something.
Merl, when you look back and you look at all the guys that you've covered, I mean, when you back in the day of Bergie and back in the day when you're talking Reggie and you're looking Dawkins, as you said, you know, I mean, Kelce, is it like that? You put him in that conversation with some of the most revered people that have played in that green and how people look at them. I mean, because a lot of people loved all those players too. And it's just a love affair that city has with those football teams like that. You know, the moment Kelce brought up too, I got to tell you, Merrill, my favorite with all your greatness that you've covered, when Kelce brought up today, when he talked about going over to Doug and it's in the Super Bowl and he says, Philly, Philly. And Doug's got all these papers. Like I've told you this before. And he's got all these papers and he goes, you want to run it? And you're sitting there watching that. I don't know about you, Merrill, but that's the greatest moment in Super Bowl history for a coach and a player just to go, let's do it.
That was Nick. That was Nick Foles, who went over there and said, Philly, Philly. And Doug said, Philly, Philly. And
Yep.
I said,
What'd you say? What'd you say when you saw that?
I'll tell you exactly what I said. And I'm going to be honest with you. They're down at the 1 yard line and they have a couple of seconds of the half. And don't forget, I remember a game when they were playing against the Green Bay Packers at the Link in a playoff game. And I believe the Eagles, the Packers lined up on 4th and goal with seconds to go and went for it. And the Eagles stacked them up. And you could feel that momentum change right there. The Eagles roared off the field and the Packers disappointingly slinked back to their locker room. And I remember that like it was yesterday. And so here they are, and you know they're going to kick off to the Packers. They're going to kick off to the Patriots to begin the second half. They're going to kick off to the Pats. And I said on the air, they've got to take the 3 points. You've got to take the 3 points right here. And of course, they do everything they have to do. And, it all works out with the pass to Nick Foles. And what happens? Mike Quick says to me, that's why you're up here and Doug's down there. You know what? I'll tell you, Dan, the following week, I said to Doug, Doug, that is the worst play. That is the worst call and the best result I have ever seen. And he laughed, of course. But you know what? If I saw that play 3 or 4 more times in the same situation, I still believe they should have gone for the 3 points. I mean, wouldn't you go for 3 points?
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. And you know what happened to begin the second half? The Patriots took the opening kickoff and went bing, bang, boom, bong, bing, bong, touchdown Gronkowski. Right? They came right back, just like that. And suddenly you're looking from behind. But at that moment, it all worked, and that's all that counts.
I have to ask you this last one. It's on Fletcher Cox. And I've said this before to people about Fletcher. You drafted him 13th at a Mississippi State, at Ole Miss. And
Yazoo City, Mississippi.
I got to tell you, I've said this when I first came on the air in Philly here, that in my opinion, he's been a more complete defensive tackle than Aaron Donald because he's played both. He can play the run and he can play the pass. Donald's not really a run-stopping tackle. He's the best pass-rushing 3 technique in NFL history. But all the things you wanted, would you not rate him as one of your greatest defensive tackles like Reggie? Maybe Fletcher?
Well, Reggie was more of a DE.
He was, and so you're right. You'd have to go more interior. So you'd probably sit there with Jerome. You'd probably go in there with Hollis, maybe Corey Simon.
Hollis was good.
He was. I think, for a guy who was undrafted, that guy played some. He was a tough ball player. I thought Corey Simon was a really good interior defensive tackle.
For too short a time.
Yeah, too short a time. And same with a little bit with Jerome, but Jerome still had 3 Pro Bowls. But I would put Fletcher in the conversation as your best interior. I mean, I love so many of your players that you had inside there. And like you said, I mean, there's so many great ones there. But where do you look at Fletcher Cox's career as an Eagle?
I put him in there. I put him in there with the very best.
He's better than Pitts.
Oh, yeah. 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 Pitts alternated, with Golick.
Yeah.
With Mike Golick and Mike Pitts. They alternated with that great defense. But still, we think of that defense without Jerome Brown and realize that they had the greatest defensive coordinator maybe of all time, and that was Bud Carson. And that was number 1 against the run, number 1 against the pass, and number 1 overall. So that's pretty good.
Merrill, I'll tell you a real quick story. So he used to come down, and I told everyone the story. This is when Jimmy and him were friends, believe it or not, because he come down to Miami, and this is where I guess these guys met, because his first year with the Eagles, I think, was 86. And we were at Miami, and he came down to talk to me, Jerome, a guy by the name of Danny Stubbs, who I think played with the Eagles too a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, he played with the Eagles a little bit. And
he was from
he would come down, and we'd sit in the room with him. There'd be Jimmy and Butch Davis and Dave Wanstead, and they're talking about the 46. And here's Buddy. Hey, Sileo, get your head off your ass. You see that right there, Ken? You could tilt that up a little bit here and go here. What are you trying to do? Be a hero? You got guys behind you over here. And I'm going like, who is this guy? And Jerome's looking over at me, and he goes, hey, you, don't be a fat body. Get your ass in there. Hustle. Okay? And he's the brand new head coach, and he had just won a Super Bowl, and he did that for 3 years. So, Merrill, fast forward. You guys get beat on a Monday night, I think it was, against the Giants. Jerome has a horrible game. I had just been released by the Buccaneers. Eagles fly me up. I got a 3-year contract. I think Jeff Fisher was the D-line coach in 86.
No, he was just, this was before, for a while at the end of Buddy, he went from secondary coach to defensive coordinator at the end. Wade Phillips was the defensive coordinator in title, because we knew Buddy was calling that.
So check this out, Merrill.
Secondary coach.
So check this out. Here's what he said. He comes walking up, Jerome goes like, I have all the executives from the Eagles. I have a 2-year with an extension contract in my hand. And I walk up, Buddy looks over at me. He goes, hey, what do you think I want? Another one of his around here? I know who you are, Sileo. You're one of that guy. You see that fat ass right there? That guy needs to get his ass out of his hand. You know what? I don't need another one of him around here. All the Eagle guys were going like this. And I said, I looked at Jerome and I go like this. You son of a dude, he was not shy. He was not shy, Buddy Ryan.
I love Buddy. I got to know Buddy very, very well. And if you were on his side, he was the best. If you weren't, forget it.
Absolutely. Merrill, thank you for spending some time with us and talking about Jason. It's going to be a very interesting free agency time, and also in the draft too. We'll hope to catch up with you again. Thank you, my friend.
My pleasure, Dan. Always good to be with you.
Thank you very much. The legendary Merl Reese. Guys, please hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Go for the pulls and the pools. Go for the oohs and the ahs. Go for the bubbles and the bubbly. Go for the story and the stories. Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
Philadelphia fans, we're cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Go for the win. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Book your trip at theoceanac.com.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Egg Sills! I didn't get a chance to get to my defense. I'm going to do this here for my Big Sills top 5 combine prospects at each position. I'm going to reset the offensive ones. I'm not going to go into them because we did this in the first hour. I am going to do my top 5 guys that the Eagles could take a look at, or any team, your favorite team, could take a look at when it comes to the defensive side of the ball. I got Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, and Drake May, 1, 2, 3. Trey Benson, Florida State, number 1, running back. Bucky Irvin, Oregon 2. Jalen Wright, Tennessee 3. Jonathan Brooks, Texas 4. Marshawn Lloyd, USC 5. Wide receivers, Marvin Harrison Jr., Ohio State 1. Malik Neighbors, LSU 2. Brian Thomas Jr., 3. Rome Aduna, Washington 4. And Javon Baker, UCF 5. I didn't have 5 tight ends. I didn't think there were 5 quality tight ends. Brock Bowers, Georgia, could be the best player in the draft, 1. Jaheim Bell, FSU, 2. Ben Sinote, K-State, 4. Javon Sanders, Texas, 4. Didn't have a 5. Offensive tackle, Alu Fadusma, Penn State, 1. J.C. Langston, Bama, 2. Armas Mims, Georgia, 3. Jordan Morgan, Arizona, 4. And Talis Fuaga, Oregon State, 5. Interior line, Jackson Powers Johnson, Oregon center. Zach Frazier, West Virginia. Christian Himes, UConn. Hey, by the way, some of you guys went back and watched Christian Himes, and you saw what I was talking about, right? Some of you saw his video. Okay? You saw his video. This guy's got eagle all over him. Cooper Brook, K-State, and Cedric Van Pran, Georgia. Those are your interior line. The D-line I did Brian Murphy, Michael Hall, Mason Smith, Jerzon Newton, Illinois, and Chris Jenkins, Michigan. Here's now your edge. I got Dallas Turner. Thought he had a great combine. Thought he did a great job in the combine. I think he's your number 1 edge prospect. Real close behind, Gerard Verse, Florida State. Putting out a lot of good edge rushers lately, Florida State has. David Robinson, Missouri. Missouri had a really good group of defensive guys this past year. Okay? Some really good ones. A lot of these guys performed well at the combines. Latu, UCLA. Good-looking talent. I think Chip did a good job with him. His coaches did a great job developing. Braylon Trice, Washington. Not the greatest fan. Thought he was a little heavy-footed. I didn't think he had great feet. Here's your linebackers. Position for the Eagles to keep an eye on. I think Edgerrin Cooper put himself in the first round. So this could be – I'm sorry I said this a month and a half ago that I love this kid because people had him as a third-round prospect. Okay? And now people are talking about him being a first-rounder because he got to the combines. And when you look at his measurables and then you watch him on film, I don't know why people didn't like him. Maybe because A&M had an underwhelming year. I just think that the head coach was a bum. Dumbo Fisher is a bum. And I never really thought him as a great coach. And so when he got to A&M, he completely got exposed. I don't think that guy is not a third-round draft choice. You don't run like that, and you run 4 and you run mid 4.5s. I don't think so. The second best player, Peyton Wilson, 6'4", 240 pounds, and he ran a 4.4. I'm telling you, Edgerrin Cooper, Peyton Wilson, are those guys going to go in the first or in the bottom of the first round? Whew. If I'm Howie, man, I'd love one of these guys on my football team. I don't think you can miss with those two. I thought Junior Colson from Michigan, I thought he had a great combine. And then when you put his tape on, dude, put his Penn State game on. He is a ball player. That kid, Junior Colson from Michigan, watch him against Penn State. The guy gets to the ball. Okay? He's a good ball player. Trotter Jr., Clemson, 4. Think he's a little undersized. And I got Trevin Wallace, Kentucky. Look at this. How many SEC guys? 1. Well, let's see. 1, 2. And the ACC guy. 2 ACC and 1 Big Ten. Okay. Look at the programs, though. What's the one thing you notice about these? And by the way, I didn't really give a shit where they went to school, but check out the schools. Look at this. LSU, USC, UNC, FSU, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas, USC, Georgia, FSU, LSU, Washington, Bama, Georgia, Oregon, Oregon State, Georgia, Texas, Ohio State, Michigan. What's the one thing that you've noticed differently when you're talking about evaluating a talent at the combines? What's the one thing you notice? The transfer portal has now made the small school irrelevant. If you're a kid and you know you're a good ball player and you can transfer, you're not going to stay at – like, if you're a second-team guy and you're in practice covering a Devontae Smith at Alabama and you're covering him and you know you can cover him, why in the world would I wait 2 years at Alabama when I could go to Clemson or I could go to Oregon or I could go to Michigan and start right now and get drafted and get some game tape on tape? Why would I do that? And get this, if I'm one of those players, I'm not going to Alabama State, or I'm not going to Wyoming, or I'm not going to San Diego State. I'm going to the best programs that have the best assistant coaches. You don't see small schools any longer when it comes to these prospects. Because if you're at a small school now, you're going to transfer up. Like, say you're at UConn. Well, if you're that good, you're going to transfer to Notre Dame. You're not going to stay there. There's no reason. Cornerbacks. There's one kid from a small school that's on my list on both sides, offense and defense, and I'll get to him. And I'm not big on drafting kids from small schools. Teron Arnold, Alabama, I think is the best corner in the draft. Look at who he's played against the last 3 years. He's played against those LSU wideouts. He's played against the Tennessee wideouts. What I think is going to be interesting to see, how's that Alabama program going to look after Nick's cycle of recruits is no longer there? That's going to be the big test. Okay? San Diego State. Yeah, you know what? Flexing. South Dakota State, North Dakota State. I'm not even buying a plane ticket to go see anybody there. I have no interest in it. So who would you rather recruit? A 3-star kid from Vanderbilt or a 5-star kid from North Dakota State who played against beer-drinking white guys? Who in your right mind would you want to give a shot to and a potential contract to? Some guy who's in a bowling league up at North Dakota State? Or some guy that plays down in the Southeastern Conference that plays against the best kids in the country? A 3-star kid from Florida versus a 3-star kid from Arizona. I'll take the 3-star kid from Florida versus a 5-star kid from Arizona. They don't play the competition. Even Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a place you take a 3-star kid over a 5-star guy because of the high school talent you have in your state. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, Georgia, Texas, California. Those are places, Louisiana. Those are places that have great high school football. Illinois to some extent. Okay? The rest of the states, whatever. They play flag football, and I did say flag, and they play 7-on-7. It's not real competitive. So here are your corners. Teron Arnold, Bama. You see Nate Wiggins, what he ran from Clemson? Debo said this guy was special. He is. Here's the one kid. Quinion Mitchell, Toledo. All right. This guy ran an incredible 40-yard dash, and his measurables were great. But you look at his tape, he's dominating everybody. But it's Mid-America. He plays in, like, Miami of Ohio, like Central Michigan. Those aren't horrible programs, but those aren't where the elite kids in the country are. Guy ran a 4.33. Saying great. Now Kool-Aid's hurt. He's got a foot injury, so he didn't do anything. That's why I got him 4. And Chris Abrams, Missouri. Chris Abrams Drain from Missouri. I got him. Those are my 5 corners, and those are corners that Howie could take a look at. I'll take any linebacker at SDS right now over any of our LBS. Your linebackers right now with the Eagles stink. 2 of the best running backs are coming out of Louisville. I'm proud of the program. Death row, you got to remember something about Louisville. Howard Schnellenberger rejuvenized the program after he left Miami. And he opened up a great recruiting road for South Florida and in the South. And I think Louisville does have a great program. And I think they do a great job. And I think Louisville is a really good program. You got the reigning MVP that came out of your program, Heisman Trophy winner, all of that. Safeties. This kid, Newbin, from Minnesota, had a great camp and had a great combines. Javon Bullard from Georgia. My guy from UM, Cameron Kitchens. Bishop from Utah, and Bullock from USC. Those are your top guys that I saw at the combines. And we shall see how this plays out. One last closing note on Jason Kelce. It's a privilege to watch him play. It was a privilege to watch that send-off retirement speech. And I think we're all honored to see a guy and how much he loved playing in front of you and for your city. Those guys, it's like the Cal Ripken stories. Cal Ripken playing in Baltimore all those years, or Gwynn playing in San Diego. You just don't see that anymore. As somebody is revered in their hometown the way that he was. Appreciate everybody coming aboard. Thank you so much. Xander, Big Joe, we appreciate it. 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we'll see you on the flip side.